I really hate this delay. I know I complain about it every time, but I hate it so much. And we're live. There was something I wanted to mention immediately, and I forgot what it was, so... eh.
That's a good sign.
I am incredibly forgetful.
Yeah.
Uh, that you were watching The Sopranos?
No, not that. It was something else. But I guess since you mentioned
Uh,
it, I watched about 20 minutes of the first episode before I started watching the rest of, well, I should say the rest, more of Game of Thrones with Pagan. We're about halfway through season 3. Um, but of the 20 minutes of the first episode of The Sopranos I did see, I was enjoying it. I hope it ends up being a good show, because I've never watched it before.
Yeah, I
I've
don't remember
seen
it being bad or anything, so.
I've seen a couple bits and pieces here and there, but like nothing substantial. The only thing I knew for a long time was um, the intro, which yeah, that's a great intro. It's incredibly iconic.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. My community watched Deadpool 2 yesterday, which is fantastic. I was trying to get Pagan and Cree to watch it, but they were busy or something at the time.
I was asleep.
I
Yeah.
was working on video stuff, and also I don't really have any interest in Deadpool.
I don't know how you wouldn't, because they're fantastic. Deadpool 2 is a great movie. Oh, it's just so good. Yeah, other than that, I watched Mrs. Blue finally. For anyone that doesn't know, it's a Team Fortress 2 source filmmaker project that's actually full length movie.
Yeah.
Really, really well done. Really high quality. Yeah,
Yeah, I really enjoyed it the first time I saw it.
it's crazy the stuff you can do with it. Um, um, yeah, I also started doing the game Control on my streams, and that's one of my favorite games of all time. So it was like, oh, hell with it. I'm gonna do Control again. Only this time we got the new rig, so I can crank it all up to max and slightly above max. We've got ray tracing and everything on it. Game looks gorgeous. It is genuinely a fantastic game. But chat's been enjoying it too. They've been going through for the ride and everything. They've been having themselves a good old time. So yeah.
Oh, right, Cree. We were gonna talk about the the crackhead, the video. Yeah.
Oh wait, I was muted for that. It's just me forgetting to remembering who the crackhead was. Um, so it's I think a lot of people know here by now that me and Pagan, we have a bit of a guilty pleasure, and that's paranormal list videos on YouTube, typically from Nuke's Top 5s. Occasionally we'll watch Chills because, funny voice man. Um, but Pagan got an absolute slurry of dog shit paranormal videos recommended to him by random channels, and one of them was just fucking completely off the wall bonkers with the way it was describing the creatures in each video. Because, there's this one really famous clip that all the paranormal channels use of it's a car driving down a road at night, and a guy is like running off from the side of the other side of the street up alongside this car, and it almost kind of looks like he has glowing eyes, and obviously it's just like an actual literal crackhead, not the one we were talking about before, but like just someone completely out of their mind on drugs and chasing this car. And we watched this video where um, the guy just says, "Oh, could this be an Egyptian mummy that is chasing these guys?" It's just like, how the
Yeah,
fuck do you come to that conclusion?
I couldn't
just-
believe it.
But the thing that's even funnier is we saw a different video from a different channel that used the same clip, and almost the exact same wording. Oh, could this be a mummy that was trying to jump into the back of their truck? Like, it's it almost seems like a case of one really shit channel plagiarizing another really shit channel. It was fucking hilarious.
It was. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that some idiot was actually claiming that a naked crackhead running down the road is a fucking Egyptian mummy somehow. I don't get the connection at all. And then the fact that we saw another video that said the exact same thing, like almost word for word. And it's like, oh, why would you fucking copy each other from that? Like, that this is a case of like homework that should not be copied. Like, what the fuck did you do? Oh, it was so bad. It was so fucking bad. And it was like that throughout the whole video where the dude would just say random nonsense. I swear he called like, I don't remember how many like examples there were of like how many like numbers there were in the list. I think there was at least like 12 or something. And I swear at least like 8 or 9 of the 12 things we saw, he just called a skinwalker.
Oh yeah, and he kept using that one really shitty image.
Yeah, it's like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, the term skinwalker means fucking nothing anymore if literally everything can just be a fucking skinwalker or a rake. It didn't even make sense sometimes where it's like, it's literally... Like, I could understand if they said, like, oh, this is a Bigfoot, or, oh, this is a werewolf or something, and then they're like, oh, is this a skinwalker? Is this the rake? And I'm just like, no! It's not, you fucking idiots!
Could this be a skinwalker? Or maybe even the rake?
Oh my god, we were having such a good time with the fucking Chilled voices. We went on a fucking, like, massive tangent on our just...
we were watching these shitty paranormal videos, list videos, and just roasting them the entire time. I really wish we had recorded it. But
I
then
know.
we just stop one of the videos and go on, like, a half-hour tangent of doing Chill's imitation voices and, like, turning him into some kind of eldritch god that will destroy the universe.
I don't think that's gonna work on me, Mr. Constantine.
No force in the universe can contain my power.
That's not gonna work on me.
Why are you not just streaming these? Because we usually watch them pretty late, and it's like not really a good time for streaming.
Yeah, we do usually record them though, but we decided we didn't record the last nuke video because we weren't really feeling up to it, and then
And it was actually really good because it was such a shit nuke video.
It was pretty bad, but I don't know. We didn't really have any good like reactions to it or anything. It wasn't really worth recording. But then we decided to also not record these other videos we watched because we thought maybe it'll be similar, where we just won't get a lot of content out of it. No, we should have recorded it. We got like, we could have had like 5 hours worth of content that we could break down. It's insane how much shit there was. It was so fucking bad. I love that they would constantly try to pull off like the fucking Left 4 Dead witch. Oh my god!
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that one. Okay, so there's this one video we were watching where there's this creature in the road. And by the way, this video had a hilarious thumbnail of like a creature running at a camera. It has like caption next to it actual footage that doesn't show up in the video at all. So
yeah,
you know. But there's this one clip of this creature in the middle of a dirt road in a forest, and like Pagan notices that its fingers are clipping through the floor. It's also like really blurry and shitty looking, so it's hard to tell what it is. And the guy flips the frame a few times for some reason. Probably because it looks boring if he just played the same 3-second loop over and over again. But after he flipped it like the first or second time, like it just clicked in my head and I went, dude, jeez, that's the fucking witch from Left 4 Dead! They literally just superimposed the witch model from behind from Left 4 Dead into the stupid fucking forest video footage. Oh, it's so bad.
It was so fucking bad. Like, it was obviously CGI, and we were making fun of that, like, for the fact that it was obvious CGI to the point that you could see the fingers, like, clipping into the fucking ground. And I was like, oh my God, this is so fucking bad. And then Cree was just like, oh my God, do you know what that is? And I was like, because I hadn't quite figured it out yet. I was like, it looks similar. And I was like, it's not SCP, the face dude, right? And he was like, no, no, no. And I was like, it can't be. It has hair and clothes. I was like, what the hell is this? And he was like, Left 4 Dead. And I immediately knew what he was going to say. I was like, oh my God, it's the witch. It's the fucking witch. Oh my God, it was so bad. Oh, and then there was that fucking great one where they try to pull off like that meme Yeti video where it falls off a cliff and dies. And he tries to fucking play it off as a real video. Oh my God, it's so bad.
That reminds me, tangentially, of course, obviously. There was a professor that was teaching history about World War One, and this professor thought a random TF2 promotional poster was an old World War One propaganda poster. There are pictures all over the place of people like, oh my God, it's actually in his presentation. It's actually in the like the homework and everything like that. It's like, oh Jesus Christ. And it's the one where the soldiers like soldiers eat babies. It's like, oh my God, it's so fucking. You wouldn't be like, how the hell did you think that was real? It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, wow. Oh man, that was a good time though. I really wish we had fucking recorded that. The fucking yeah, it was. We got to talking about so much stuff. So we watched all these like really awful like paranormal list videos. We had our massive tangent where we were just imitating chills for like half an hour. That was funny. But and then we also talked about like
People are saying Kree's muted.
All I did was laugh. It's fine.
yeah, so not missing much. But we also were talking about like intros for TV shows and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, because one thing we talked about was maybe doing a video talking about some of the best intros to TV shows.
Yeah, and we we talked about a certain movie we want to try and get all three of us to watch. Because while we were talking about intros, we ended up talking about the X-Files, and we got onto the topic of things that freaked us out as kids, but they're not actually that scary. And one of the things that like freaked me out as a kid, because I was like 5 when I saw this movie, which it is not a scary movie at all. In fact, it's really fucking bad. It's a really terrible movie, but it's like it's probably one of those so bad it's funny movies. But it freaked me out as a kid. Yeah, the fucking. So I want to see if we could get all three of us to watch The Haunting with Owen Wilson. Because we ended up looking it up because I was like, there was some scene about like a fireplace and a lion head or something that like freaked me out as a kid. And because I was trying to remember it before looking it up, and I was like, I know there was a scene where like some woman's like her throat gets slit by a piano wire because like a piano randomly just like breaks and the wire like shoots out of the piano and wraps around her neck and slits her throat. And I was like, but it was not a good movie. It was really dumb. And there was like some scene with like a fireplace or something and a lion head or something. And I was like, I don't remember exactly what it was though. So I looked up the scene, and it's fucking Owen Wilson getting sucked into a fucking giant fireplace, not lit. It's not even lit, but he's being dragged on like a magic carpet. He could easily just roll off the carpet, but he doesn't do that. And it comes to a dead stop, and he flies across the room and lands into the fireplace, stands up, and everyone's telling him, like, get out of there, get out of there. And he just stands there like an idiot. And then this fucking lion head statue attached to a metal bar, like it's a bell bearing, swings down. And it fucking roars like a lion, like an actual lion, and bites his head off and then drops his decapitated head on the floor. It's just Owen Wilson's decapitated head rolling across the ground. I half expect, because its eyes are still open, I half expect it to just go, wow, and then die.
Wow.
It's so fucking bad.
Also, I looked up that the thing I was telling you about, the professor. It's even more mad fuck than I thought, because the professor is not the only one that did it. Apparently, Russia commissioned a documentary about U.S. propaganda and actually used that in 2014, thinking it was a real propaganda picture. So, yeah, Russia commissioned a documentary, and they have that in the documentary. Fantastic. Just so Pagan and Cree could see. This is the picture. They thought this was real propaganda.
It's literally Soldier from TF2.
Yes. And it even says, that's a fact. Think of the children. Join Team Demo Man today and make those monsters pay.
Oh my god. People are fucking stupid as hell.
Yes.
Jesus.
I only heard about the U.S. history teacher doing it, but no, this is the fact that Russia commissioned a documentary and the documentary did it is even funnier.
Wow.
Hold on just a second. I'm moving the image lower in the thing so it doesn't go over chat. No. Yes. There we go. That looks a lot better than it clipping over the overlay in Discord and chat.
Yeah. Oh, I also, for the first time ever, people have been playing this for ages, though they'll be like, oh, really? First time ever, I played the game mode Saxton Hale versus Saxton Hale, and it is genuinely funny as fuck.
Yeah, it's such a great game mode. I love it. It's
yeah, I just love how he taunts and talks shit the entire time as he beats the fuck out of people. It's great.
And he has, like, lines for every single class for killing them. It is great.
Yep.
Yeah,
real men are for fighting, not for healing.
There's, I know there's other versions of the game modes that game mode that has a whole bunch of different bosses, which makes it even more interesting.
They do now. They have the drunk Demo Man Bunny, Easter Bunny. Just fucking wild. They have the what is it?
The Vagineer.
Yeah,
the Christian brutal sniper.
Yes, Christian brutal sniper is great.
I played that game mode for so long that song that played used to be fucking stuck in my head for years. It's actually like a really good song too. I really like it.
It is, and man, there's been some when people know how to play him. Holy shit!
Fuck, you're really making me want to go play it right now. God damn it!
Yeah, I was having myself a good old time with that. The Vagineer is funny too. He just genuinely is funny. And he is definitely the strongest of all the bosses, though, as well, because just that 8 seconds of invulnerability, just say fuck you and it destroy everything. It's just like, okay.
Oh yeah, Headless Horseman. The Horseless Headless Horseman is another boss one of the game modes lets you play as.
Yep, Headless Horseman Jr. in particular. Jr.
Yeah. Then play
he has a great ability to get fucked over by engineer players immediately, because he has an ability that will teleport to people.
Oh no.
And so engineers will set up in the corner of the map, and they'll set up a
teleporter so they can
trap. Yeah.
Yep. That has actually gotten me before too.
Yep. and it is amazing because the engineer we had do it was doing the hoedown dance the whole time. He was just sitting on the exit one like yeah, and then all of a sudden Headless Horseman comes in and he slowly just meanders to the right and teleports in and frags him immediately.
Nice.
It's like,
Yeah, I fucking love TF2. It's such a great game. Unfortunately, I have like no skill in it, so I can't really play it. But I love watching other people play it. So
Then get good.
just play it.
Just play it. Yeah.
I came back after years. I am so fucking rusty. It is embarrassing how much I miss, but
Same.
now I'm slowly building back up to actually tracking targets properly and doing all the classes properly.
We should maybe consider streaming Saxton Hale mode at some point. Like the three of us hop on a server and just play.
Well, I was planning on streaming it anyway. Just for my streams too, so.
Yeah,
yeah.
I love Team Fortress too.
That's another thing I wanted that we should mention was we might have found a potential game for us to play on Halloween.
Oh.
Or even before Halloween. It's basically Phasmophobia, but
better.
Yeah, better. It's just better. It's called Demonologist. It's a bit goofy, but it's a lot better.
Chris and Ben have been trying to get me to get that. I'm gonna get it here on the next time we get paid.
Oh,
yeah, that'll be fun. That'll definitely be good for streams. Also, I just look at chat and I just see, hey Creetosa, hey Creetosis, Pippa is black now. No context needed.
Oh yeah, I meant to read that a little earlier. I saw her new model. It is great.
Yeah, I watched the whole stream from start to end. It was great.
I didn't because I was doing video editing, but I saw the reveal of the new model. It's great. Pink Pippa is still good, but I think I like Black Pippa better.
Yeah.
And short hair Pippa.
I love that she talks about how she like got into a fight with management over the merch because she's like, that is the one thing I will always fight with them about is merch. And she didn't just want the standard like coffee mug. And she wanted like one of those one where it's like shaped to look like something, and they were like, "No, Pippa, the shipping is too much for that. We can't do that." And she was like, "No, goddamn it, I want it. We need that." And they ended up like compromising with a camping mug that has like the little metal rim around the top.
Oh.
And also, she revealed that she's going to be having she has TTS now alerts. So chat can send in text-to-speech messages through
Pippa's chat's gonna be wild with that for sure.
Oh yeah, she had it running for a bit, and it was literally she was just getting the fucking like L_L_WWW like that shit for like an hour, and she'd have to skip them.
My favorite is when they use the text-to-speech as done by an AI. So the AI will actively try to read it properly. So it'll go like, ooh, wah. It's
yeah,
like, oh my...
they had she had a couple where it was like it's like a cell phone ringing where it was doing like the brr, brr, like it sounded exactly like a fucking cell phone, and it just kept doing that. And then there was the one, I fucking love the one where it's literally just somebody made a song out of the text-to-speech saying help. So it's just going like help, 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 help. It just keeps going.
Oh god.
It was fucking great. It was so fucking good. The rabbit is goth now, it's over. Yeah. It was so fucking good though. I loved her like little her like little like jokes for the title of everything, because like she's going for a military aesthetic. So instead of Marines, they're the Harines. Yeah. And the submarines and stuff like that. And what was it? It was Pecan. It's and that stood for like phase hyphen connect advanced Navy.
Yeah, she's she's been talking about a lot of times how much she loves that um is it Blue Steel? I forget what the name of the thing is. No, Blue Steel's another thing. World of Warships did a crossover event with these guys before, and it's they take all of the ships throughout history, and they're like, what if we make them girls though, and they're
Yeah.
also battleships. So that's kind of what her new character is based around as well. That's why she has the guns on either side of her that are attached to her, because she's supposed to be a ship.
Yeah, ship a shipkin.
Yep. Azure Lane, there you go. Yeah. Because, World of Warships has done a couple crossover events with them.
Oh. Should we maybe start the video now? Actually, Super Chat's right.
Yeah, I was about to say, Super Chat's first, then we can do that.
Yeah.
13-month membership message from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. Just had an interaction with a Martin fan. Oh boy. They really are a special breed of baseless accusations. Yep.
Yep.
It is, I wasn't looking to talk about this today, but what I will say on the matter is scientists should study him to find out if human stupidity is truly infinite, because if they would find that out from any single person on Earth, it would be him.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a level of fucking clueless density that he has. Incapable of any self-reflection whatsoever. If he walks by a mirror, you won't even see a single thing in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been getting pretty fucking salty on me on Twitter over the past couple days. It's been fucking hilarious.
He just will say anything without evidence. Like,
Oh, dude,
he doesn't.
earlier,
He doesn't need.
this is great. Earlier, he accused me of being a fucking moralist. Like, what have I ever fucking moralized to anyone over anything?
Yeah, he will just say anything. It doesn't matter what it is, or like if he can prove it in any way, or if there's any evidence whatsoever. He will just accuse people of literally fucking anything, and just expect people to believe it. It's insane.
Oh yeah, he also likes to call me a coward because I won't put up with his fucking shit anymore. I've had to deal with countless bad faith, disingenuous bullshit argument from him, and because I've gone, you know what, I've had enough, I'm not dealing with this anymore, that makes me a coward. Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. Fucking retard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, you're not literally responding to me every week for like the past year because I won't leave you the fuck alone. Oh, you're a fucking coward.
It's not just that, he demanded a debate after, like, all of the fucking disingenuous bullshit in the comments on my channel, and after a shitty video series on me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he's been demanding a fucking debate ever since we, like, found his video. Ever since, like, I left my comment on his video where I was being very sincere and giving him genuine, like, advice and critique on his thing, where I was very polite with him, he immediately was saying that I had to debate him and that me and you had to debate him.
Yeah, he feels entitled to a debate, and it's the most annoying shit ever, because, like, first of all, no, you're not entitled to a debate. And secondly, oh fuck, what's the other point? I hate when you have something on the tip of your tongue and it just leaves your brain.
Up yours, woke moralist. We'll see who cancels who. Yeah, exactly. I can't believe fucking oh shit, what's his name again? I already forgot his fucking name.
The guy we're talking about or someone else?
The guy who just said that quote.
Oh,
Up yours, woke moralist.
Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson. I can't believe he said that. That went back to bite him on the ass. He really shouldn't have said that.
Well, to be fair, he's being witch hunted like crazy too.
It is, yeah, he is. Like, I completely understand why he said it, but you know, people are just gonna clip that and be like, "What the fuck, man?"
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Stag 2 lead Sci-Fi Channel's next paranormal show. No. We just make fun of silly paranormal videos. I really want to edit together those nuke videos because I think they'd be really good.
Yeah,
Our reactions to them.
they're really pretty funny. Yeah, we just love watching really bad paranormal videos and just like making fun of them and making jokes about it and everything. And like we do have a little bit of like, oh, but what if it is real? You know, kind of like
I like
thing
the
to it.
idea that some of these things could be real because they're just fascinating and interesting.
Yeah. But like 99% of the time, it's like obviously fake shit, where it's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, like what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, there's a rare time where there's something that's done exceptionally well, and then there's others who are just like, you know what? That's convincing enough to be interesting. It's obviously still not real, but like, it was done decently well.
Yeah, I do like those as well, where it's obviously fake, but it's done in such a way that it's like, oh, that's impressive. You know, like those ones are fun. The ones I can't stand is when it's like obviously CGI and shit like that. Literally, like, is this Goku levels of fucking?
Yes, that was one that they made me watch. Is this the Goku? It's like Jesus.
One of the worst ones I ever saw was actually a Chills one. It was top 15 siren head sightings.
Oh my god, yeah.
One of them was like a gigantic kaiju-sized siren head running through this this ocean bay near a town, and like it just wasn't disturbing the water at all, and it was very, very clearly a shitty 3D model. It was fucking hilarious. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Thoughts on the Sino-Japanese War of 1894? I feel like you've asked this question before.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think you said it was pretty based.
I don't. I don't know.
I don't remember at all when it happened, and
I don't even know what the war is about, so I can't comment on it. 550 Real from Ebony Ziadi. Thank you. Unfortunately, I won't be staying, Creetosis. Gotta go to work. I wish you and your friends a great day. God bless. One last thing. I am the Ubermensch. Ah.
Doctor, will this work? I have no idea.
I don't know. I think my favorite part of the medic meet the team video is just the spy's head in the fridge. Kill me later.
My favorite thing is the meta of it is at the end when Scout's like, "You will not believe how much this hurts," and then you hear a bird, and his chest moves, and the doctor's like, "Archimedes?" And in game, if you blow up Scout, there's a chance of a bird flying out when he blows up. It's so good.
£5 from Threadnought. Thank you. Here we have Creed mocking my brain impediment when he don't know the meaning of verisimilitude. I'm surprised I know how to spell it. Ah. I'm also fucking shocked I managed to say that word without fucking it up. Jesus Christ.
Here we have Creed mucking my brain.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. You make fun of paranormal stuff, but I've seen the Jersey Devil with my own two eyes. Ah.
Lies! If you had seen it with your own eyes, you'd be crazy. You'd be going insane.
This one, I have to read in Chills' voice, even though it has nothing to do with Chills. What are your top 10 favorite crimes against humanity?
No. Number 1, the establishment of the ATF.
Anyways, we should probably get to the video, because I don't have a hard cutoff today, but I don't want this to be a super long stream, because, you know, Easter and everything. And I've got some stuff I want to work on. So, are you guys all ready for the video?
I guess that is one thing. A couple people in chat have mentioned it. Wizards of the Coast removing half races for D&D. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast saying mixed races are racist, and it's like, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, they've circled back around to just full on Nazi again. Like it's so crazy. Oh yes, but we must protect the pure Aryan bloodline. We can't let those filthy half breeds in.
How the fuck did they not realize how insanely racist their anti-racist thing is?
Because they've always been racist. Remember, they're the ones that unironically thought orcs were black people too.
Yeah.
Wizards of the Coast are filled with race. It's to be on the left is to be a racist.
Oh yeah, I love the thing going around right now where everyone's calling them the Grand Wizards of the Coast.
Yes! Oh, that's been the best one, dressed up in full clan garb and everything. It's fucking amazing.
They've unironically argued that we need to protect pure bloodlines and shit like that, and we can't allow race mixing because it's racist. Like,
yes.
You can't get more racist if you fucking tried.
My favorite one has been Wizards of the Coast in full clan garb, talking about how they ban mixed races, and then they have that guy, that guy who also has Wizards of the Coast over his face, turns, looks at the camera, he's like, mixed race couple, cringe, and starts playing on a guitar.
Oh yeah, it's the fucking the cringe guitar guy, but then they add the fucking mixed race couple. Mixed race couple, cringe. Dun 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 dun. dun.
Oh god, it's just it's wild.
$5 from the Worrisome Waste Womper. Thank you. Does anyone remember watching Lost Tape on Animal Plants?
Yes, no? I do. I remember that shit. Oh, I used to watch the shit out of that. It was so bad, but it was so fun. Yeah, it was like a found footage cryptid show where they would just talk about like certain cryptids and creatures and stuff, but they would also have like these dramatized reenactments and stuff where it's like lost footage stuff, and you would never actually get to see like the creature. Like you'd see parts of it, like its legs or wings or whatever. Yeah, they had all kinds of, like, they had like the Jersey Devil, they had like giant centipedes and all kinds of just weird shit.
It was like that mockumentary where they did the whole thing of like, we've proven dragons are real.
Yeah, it was very similar to that.
And they went through like the whole effort of like recreating a puppet and freezing it in ice and everything like that. And yeah, I was like, damn, the amount of effort to go through with this for just a thing of like, it is weird that all these different societies completely disconnect from each other all came up with dragons at the same time. I was like, I would say that is interesting. That is an interesting thing to explore.
Yeah, but also all these different societies unconnected from each other also invented the bow.
Yeah, but what does the dragon have to do with everyday survival?
That's true. That is true. Because if it was, dragons are kind of universal like the bow is, but like dragons are a thing that are made up, but there's no other fictional creature that just randomly exists in other parts of the world, you know?
Yeah.
So like, the Mothman doesn't live in Russia, or the Jersey Devil doesn't show up in fucking Somalia.
Yeah, it's weird that they all had this idea of a giant winged lizard that breathed fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's very specific. Why the hell do they all have this?
Well, and then you have ones that are slightly off kilter, like when you have Oriental dragons, or aka noodle dragons, and they're associated with water.
Anyways, are we good to start the video now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Have you previewed this, Pagan?
Yes, I have.
And you said it's really bad.
It is really bad.
Oh, okay. There's Watch Together. Okay, you ready?
One moment. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
I have a.
Oh, that skipped.
Okay. I've never seen the Cowboy Bebop anime.
I've been giving you the benefit of the doubt.
I just figured it might be fun to watch the Netflix live action version first. See what I thought without having that comparison in mind.
What are you taking a dump now?
Whoa, look! I know Netflix has let us down with live action adaptations in the past, like Full Metal Alchemist and.
So here's
Oh my
the thing.
god, they made a Full Metal Alchemist movie?
Yeah,
Yes.
it's infamously bad.
It looks incredibly shit just from the poster. I just didn't even know that they made one. I knew about the Death Note one, but
Yeah, but I would like to point out here, this is another one of those fucking weirdos that's like, I didn't watch the source material at all, right?
Well-
and it's like, okay, I can understand you want to go in with a clean perspective, but the start of your video is literally called Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is good, actually.
oh yeah, that's
So if we disregard that it's a complete bastardization, doesn't understand anything about the source material, how did you think Periot was good? You're literally showing him on screen right now. How did you think he was good?
that also reminds me too is this is a title format I fucking despise. It's I don't know, I don't know if it's as bad as Better Than You Think, but this thing is good, actually. I hate it so much.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
fucking actually it's really good.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, yeah, I don't see how Bebop Flick stands on its own merits, because, well,
how
mainly
do you-
because it doesn't have any merits.
How can you possibly think that this sounds like blackmail? Why, yes, Jet, you are black, and you most certainly are male. How do you think that's good? In any sense of the word.
I
Oh,
hate being
just you
reminded
wait.
of that clip, and literally the only reason I put that clip in the Bebop Flicks video is to inflict it on everyone else.
Mm.
I had to listen to it, you fuckers have to listen to it too, god damn it!
Yeah, it is just awful. And again, if we just go by what's in the show itself, how do you think the casino heist is at all good, in any sense of the word?
Because there's lots of shooting, and didn't you see the part where they blow a hole in the space station and that they almost get sucked in the that was so cool,
And then
man!
space is kind of humming and hawing. Do I want to suck you guys out, or sorry, do I want to have you guys blown out into space, or do I just want to sit here and look menacing for a while? It's like, okay. And the fact that all that oxygen was still in the room, so enough that they not only could they be breathing, but they were also talking to each other.
Isn't it like
It's
within
like, oh my
15
God.
seconds of being like in the vacuum of space you'll pass out?
Yep. Because again, the way to survive it, this is the theoretical, because obviously we haven't tested it at all, is you need to remove all of the oxygen from your lungs. Just all of it. You need to breathe out, you need to exhale, and hold your breath at that point. You have nothing in your lungs, your body is now oxygen deprived, and you have however long it takes until you pass out and try to suck in air. And you'll be dead. Granted, this is also ignoring the fact that while you're in the vacuum of space, you're freezing instantly on one side of your body, and any side of the body that's touching the sun is boiling away.
Well, it's assuming
So-
you're even in, like, view of the sun.
Yeah, so otherwise you're just freezing, like, instantly. So, you know.
Yeah. There's also the whole thing about like if you have blood or if you have oxygen in your bloodstream, it will vaporize and work its way to the surface of your skin while you're in space because of the pressure. And it will basically cause like your skin to boil. So,
Fun.
yeah, it's going to be very painful for that 15 seconds you're trying to get back into the fucking ship.
Now, if you manage to get in the ship, sure, you could probably be saved, but oh my god, you are going to be in fucking agony.
Yeah.
It was like TG station Atmos. That stuff takes ages to be sucked out. Blown out. By the way, blown out is the actual correct term. But yeah, no, it's the other That's the funny thing, though. That's why I'm so more interested in the new projects, stuff like that, stuff that has fast mo's. So you get literal explosive decompression. Holy shit, is it funny as fuck to just see people walk in the hallways, and then like a window gets blown out in arrivals, and you just see everybody in the hallway mind their own business. Suddenly they just go flying down the hall.
Death Note. Maybe that was just because they tried to fit all that story into a movie instead of doing a series.
Shut up.
Is this bit getting old yet? In all
Yes.
seriousness, I really love the live action Cowboy Bebop, and
Yeah, we need to understand how. How do you love that they emasculated multiple male characters, by the way? And Cree can't see it on his stream, but they're showing Jet Black, the cuckold, at his daughter's birthday. It's like, oh god.
Well, it's also just the fact that they make some of the characters insufferable, too. In the original, Faye was a really good example of a strong female character. Like,
Yeah.
not the whole current day meme of strong female character, like an actual strong female character, where she's very used to being on her own because she doesn't trust people, so she can usually handle situations. Not always, but she can usually handle situations fairly well on her own. And she's got that sort of hard-headed, I'm not going to let you walk over me kind of nature. In Bebop Flick, she's just a cunt.
Yep.
It's similar for Spike, though different, where in the original, Spike was... A lot of times he felt like a more, I'm not actually sure that would be the best way to describe him. He could be a bit of a smartass, and, I guess playful, but there's times where, like, he doesn't like killing people, unless he has to, or unless it's someone like Vicious, who is, like, just pure evil, irredeemable.
Yeah.
And it's
And again,
personally fucked him over.
You can tell that he's playful to be off-putting. He's playful to try to disarm people, to try to play to the situation.
Yeah.
But when he goes against Vicious, like the first time we properly see Vicious and Spike fight, when he's going up to the church, he isn't playful anymore. He isn't like bantering or anything like that.
Yeah,
he looks just grim.
Yeah, he's taking it super seriously.
Yeah, he knows his little witticisms and his like playful hijinks aren't gonna do anything for him here because he knows Vicious knows him. He knows what to expect from Spike, and Spike knows that Vicious is just brutal.
Yeah. Whereas in the Netflix version, like, again, I showed it in the opening sequence there, Spike just fucking kills people he doesn't have to, when, first of all, it's his job to take in the bounties alive, because that's how you fucking get paid. You don't get paid for bringing them in dead. But, he does that so, you know, it fucks over his own livelihood in that way. But also he's just doing it because fucking reasons. It seems like he's having fun with it. Like, again, he has this guy. I don't know in what world this setup even makes sense. You can tell it was clearly just someone thought this looked cool, so they did it. But he has the shotgun guy holding the shotgun with his finger on the trigger aimed at his own head. And then he kicks the shotgun so this guy will... his finger will go into the trigger and then shoot into his own head, killing him.
Yeah.
You don't do that when you're, like, someone who doesn't enjoy killing.
Yeah, it is clear that fucking Feckless is just a piece of shit, and he just likes killing people. That's all he is.
Well,
all he's
yeah.
about.
Look what he does with the dude with the knife who, like, slowly approaches him with the knife raised, and he immediately gets control of it, and instead of just knocking the knife out of his hand and knocking him out, which he could easily do, he spins the knife around in his hand and stabs him in the chest with his own knife. It's like, you did not have to do that at all.
Then kicks the knife back in and then shoots and kills him.
Yeah.
When, again, original Spike would have disarmed him, would have fought him, not just, oh, I'm gonna shoot him because reasons.
Yeah. $5 from Itako the Tricky. Thank you very much. Patrolling the bebop of this cowboy makes me wish for nuclear winter.
Bebob. Show Bebobs.
Oh, bebob, yeah, bebob. Well, I wanted to autocorrect it, shit.
Show Bebobs.
Show bebop.
I want to see the
Oh, shit,
Bebobs.
I don't remember how it goes. The fucking Tokodita? Tokodita? Tokodita?
What?
it literally just means show boobs.
Oh.
Oh, God. Holy shit. I don't know why that made me think of that stupid Suds shower commercial. If you hadn't seen it, it's one of the most infamous shower commercials ever for like a shower cleaner. And she's like, oh man, my shower's all nasty. So she pulls out this bottle of Suds, and all of the Suds are like singing and dancing. They're happy like that as she's cleaning the shower and stuff. Then she gets up in the morning to take a shower, and all of them are still there. And they're like, oh, you're gonna be late for work. So
What?
she gets in, and they're all like
Yeah.
creepily staring at her. And the big one's like, use the loofah.
What?
Yeah, it's fucking creepy.
It is creepy as fuck. And then one of them gets so excited he kills himself.
Yeah.
It is a wild commercial.
Wow.
A lot of hope for future adaptations. Like some of my other favorite shows and movies, it's about people down on their luck. The crew of the Bebop are outcasts who have been screwed over by the world and are just looking for a way to survive.
What? Where the hell did you get that from?
I don't know. Like,
What?
I
What show were you watching? They aren't outcasts at all. They're bounty hunters. They're a necessary part of society. Oh my god.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that this was a really bad video. It's gonna get a lot worse.
Yeah, like, I'm just trying to figure out, like, how fucking any of that applies to anything. Like, sure, they are trying to survive in the world, but, like, so is everyone? I don't know.
Yeah, that's literally everybody. I mean, I hate to break this to you. Even the millionaires are trying to survive. That's basic fucking human instinct.
Oh boy, does he have some stuff to say about the corporations?
He doesn't praise that fucking idiot in the first episode, does he? Talking about how
Oh boy.
no, 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 no,
Great.
no.
This is gonna be fucking great.
God damn it. Because, like, I don't... I guess I'll have to wait for it to show up in the video, but, like, one of the things I find so not interesting, fucking annoying about that first episode is that the crazy guy holding up the casino is a crazy guy. Oh, the big corporations suck, they screw everybody over. Did you know they fired me for stabbing a pit boss in the eye? Like, what?
Yeah,
How
you
is that
stabbed a fellow employee in the fucking eye.
Not just stabbed a fellow employee, fucking maimed him, blinded him in that eye.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just like, holy shit, dude. I don't know a single anything on Earth that would then keep you employed. Like, holy shit. Like, I guess maybe if you're working for like an assassination, if you were working for Murder Incorporated or some shit, but Jesus Christ.
The heart of it is about family. How do you reconcile with the harm they've done to you? Is it possible to start life over and...
What?
Yeah, this dude is gonna
What?
fucking play this up like so. He's gonna make it seem so flowery. Oh,
But
What the fuck are you talking about? That's not... That's not Faye's family, you fucking idiot. That was the point. They were bad people conning her. In this show, I mean, in this fucking show. Like, Jesus Christ.
I can understand if you're coming at it from the perspective of the Bebop crew does become a family. Because that is kind of what happens in the original.
Yeah.
But, like, in Bebop flicks, what family does Spike have? You could argue maybe Julia because she was his girlfriend. But then she turns into the fucking villain at the end.
Yeah. And then they're showing Vicious with his father. It's like,
Who he kills
okay.
2 seconds later.
Yeah, it's like, what? It's not really a... This isn't about family at all. God, and I hate the fact that he shows Jet Black, or sorry, Jet White, which
Well,
is
actually,
far more fitting of a name.
Someone commented on the video that Stark White might actually be better.
Stark White, it's
Yeah.
perfect.
And I've started changing them in the script for the overall video to that for when I'm referencing Bebop Flicks Jet.
Yeah, good call to whoever made that comment. Good call. Stark White is way better for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Stark White, the beta male that he is, shows up at his daughter's birthday. Now that's not the problem, but it's that he's such a fucking simp for his wife that's not with him anymore and is with another man. And it's like, Jesus Christ. Fucking Stark White is such a fucking cuck.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
But at least he has more dignity than the uber cuck, which is Vicious. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing, too, is the guy who plays Stark White actually gives the best performance in this show. It's
He
really
does.
unfortunate that the best acting in this show is wasted on such a shit character. I genuinely hope that guy gets better roles in the future.
Yeah, that's the problem, is like, he does such a good job, and he's in such a terrible thing that really his entire thing is that, his entire thing is that he just got cast in a really awful production.
Mhm.
But otherwise, he put his heart and soul into it as much as he could.
Oh, absolutely.
And fine. So buckle up, space partners. We're talking about Cowboy Bebop.
It's the big one, Cowboys.
Well, you know what that
It's playing it a little long there, so I'm pausing for copyright.
Yeah.
means. It's time for...
Subscribing and clicking that bell so you don't miss out on any future bounties.
Piss off.
Oh yeah, that... Good thing he showed that clip, because that reminded me about the whole thing about Spike being so good in the original and so shit here. He has a chance to kill Vicious in, like, episode 2, and just end the conflict immediately. Instead, he doesn't. Wait until Vicious gets inside of his car with bulletproof glass, and then shoots and Cole's taunting him, and then leaves.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Spike
It's so dumb.
in this show is a dumbass. He's genuinely a fucking incompetent, mouth-breathing moron.
Yeah, I hate him so much.
Also, but a few spoilers for Netflix's Cowboy Bebop ahead.
I was supposed to say that part.
Roll the vid.
Family isn't something most people have to give much thought to. You're born into one, and that's just the family you have.
Not always. Sometimes your parents
No.
die.
Yeah. Sometimes you're abandoned literally at birth because you're an inconvenience.
Or your parents are so shit that they don't play, like, any kind of good role in your life.
I guess to give this idiot the benefit of the doubt, and sorry, I'm already going to call you an idiot because you've already had some wildly shit takes, but to give this idiot a benefit of the doubt, he did say most people, I guess. So
I guess.
And later in life, you may start a family yourself that will add to that larger family unit you were already a part of. Ideally, family serves as a support network, a safety net to assure everyone has their needs met. Food, shelter, money, and emotional support, just to name a few.
I feel like he's stretching super hard here.
he is stretching super fucking hard because family is not important in Bebop flicks at all.
Yeah, like, it doesn't really seem to be... Like, there's a slight story with, Stark White still trying to care about his child, which is probably, like, one of the few good aspects to his character is that he cares about his child.
Yeah.
But, like, the theme of family just isn't that strong in the show, like, at all. To the point where it's questionable if it's even there. And he keeps showing, like, these clips of people hugging each other, or kissing, or literally having fucking sex. And,
Yep.
like, okay, the girl Faye has sex with only shows up in that one episode and they fuck because, I guess, lesbians just fuck each other at the drop of a hat, according to this show.
Well, and also, as we know in real life, they also beat each other and have the highest domestic abuse rates in the world.
Sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to get that dig in and say, okay, fuck.
Yeah. Anyways, God, that actually threw me off. Asimov and his girlfriend, like, yeah, they kiss, but they're two characters that are in a relationship. But, like, there's a lot of people who are in relationships. It doesn't automatically mean it's about family.
Yeah.
Because the story of Asimov and I forget his girlfriend's name, like, they do care about each other. They do want to run away with each other, but that's just like their motive. The main thing of them is like they're the first bounty we see Spike and Jet take out in the original.
Yep. I guess we'll have to see if he gets into that, because we can get into the, like, contrast between them. Because holy shit. In the original, but that was a great tone setter, too.
Yeah.
When she... Because, again, if you never... Especially if you've never seen anime before, ever, and you had only heard about, oh, they're just cartoons, stuff like that, and you watch that first episode, and it ends with her killing her own boyfriend right before they get gunned down by the police.
Yeah.
It's just like, damn. Okay, that's a tone setter.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really, really good first episode.
Family also provide a safe space to learn and grow. But what if you don't have a family? Maybe you never had one, or you lost them. It can be easy to overlook just how much impact this has in our world, which has very few safety nets. Cowboy Bebop, like a lot of good science fiction, says what happens if our world continues down its current path. The show takes place in the future where technology has greatly improved, and yet people are struggling more than ever to get by because even more is...
No. That was their own fault. That's the Bebop's crew's own fault. The thing you're showing right now is their own fault. This particular is because he's trying to get a doll that nobody can find anywhere, right? Because they're super fucking rare and valuable. And he waited till the second to get it.
It's not even that they're super rare and valuable, it's that it's a new toy coming out that every child wants, and because every child wants it, it's sold out. And because it's that in demand, there's people scalping it for, like, several times the price. At least.
Yeah. And again, he waited until it was too late. Like, he didn't, like, pre-order this or anything like that. He didn't, like, think ahead. He didn't do anything. This is a situation of his own making. Just like the entirety of the Bebop crew, it's a situation of their own making. Well, maybe if Spike didn't fucking kill all their bounties, they would have some money.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, especially when he doesn't have to kill them, he just does it because he wants to.
Yeah.
Control.
Shit
shitbag corporations.
The crew of the Bebop put themselves in.
So let's talk about that for just a second. That dumbass that you quoted there, was like to highlight the shitbag corporations, is a fucking psychopath that stabbed a fellow employee in the fucking eye and got rightfully shit-canned for it.
Also, probably should have been imprisoned.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell, he should have been taken into the back room and never heard from again.
Yeah. The thing to me is that I never got the impression anywhere in the show that there actually was, like, terrible corporations keeping people down or anything. In either version of the show.
Yeah.
Um...
You have the teddy bear bomber in the original, at least.
Yeah,
that's trying to
what I was about to bring
highlight the corruption. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's more about corruption and people making these tall buildings obscuring the skyline as monuments to themselves. It's not that, oh, capitalism bad. It's that these people are just, I guess, exploiting the world more so.
Yep. Meanwhile, the teddy bear bomber in this show is just a fucking wackadoo who just does it because he likes the pretty angel effect.
Yeah. Which, that's weird to me in retrospect, because you would think they would have fucking latched onto a chance to spout anti-capitalist shit at the drop of a hat, and then they completely destroy the one character that has any basis for them to do that with.
Yeah, but they just... And the one character that is more specifically in the original going after capitalists, no, they just don't. It's really weird.
But then they have random crazy guy talk about how the corporations are bad because they fired him for stabbing a coworker. In fact, his boss, because it's a pit boss.
Well, it wouldn't be directly his boss. I guess what did he say his role was?
He didn't. He just worked at the casino.
Okay, he just worked. All right, so yeah, it may not have been directly his boss, but yeah. It would have been somebody in more managerial position for sure.
In extreme situations all the time in hopes of collecting bounties. Any job could cost them their lives, and the payouts aren't even going to last them very long.
No. They could.
Shit.
They have the potential to last them a long, long time. You could technically retire if you do these bounties properly. The problem is that Feckless and Stark White here are really shit bounty hunters. They're really bad at it in this show.
Yeah. And there's a bit of a contrast with the original, too. Because in the anime, it's not that they were reckless, it's just that bounty hunting is a dangerous game, and there's a chance you will lose the bounties for one way or another, including them dying, or...
They're no fault of your own.
Yeah.
Like, just through happenstance, you get in a gunfight with them, and you try to stop them, you manage to stop them, but they step backwards and get hit by a fucking truck or something like that, because the guy heard gunfire and was trying to get out of there, and he slams at your bounty. Well, there goes your bounty.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's gone.
And the first couple episodes, like, have them lose the bounty, so just highlight how fucked it is trying to bring them in alive. Asimov and his girlfriend get killed. Hakim, again, through no fault of their own, happens to fall off a bridge and land right in front of the police station, where they arrest him immediately, so
the police don't have to pay out any bounty.
Yeah. The eco-terrorists, they have a thing that will turn people into monkeys, and then Spike slipped that thing into her pocket, and when they had to break their ship, well, I guess you wouldn't really have brakes. When you try to stop when they tried to stop their ship, the thing flew over her pocket, smashed into the window, and broke open and fucked them all over.
Yep. And again, a lot of times it's because Spike was also, again, Spike and Jet Black in the original were also trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
They had genuinely good hearts, and a lot of times that meant sacrificing a bounty or two because it was the right thing to do at the time.
Yeah, because there's that one episode where Buddy wants to learn how to fight from Spike, and that guy has a bounty on him too.
Yep.
And Spike still teaches him how to fight and tries to help him, and that character ends up dying, but he through his actions he manages to get his sister surgery that allows her to see again.
Yeah, and then again, here in the Netflix show, we don't get any of that. We just get that they're really shit bounty hunters who can't do the one fucking thing that they're supposed to do to get paid. And
Not
even
just-
more than that, they
not-
cause so much collateral damage that they have to pay out of their pocket to fix all the fucking damage they caused.
Yeah, and not just that they can't do their job, but that they actively fucking don't do their job properly.
Yep.
With Spike killing everyone. And that's to the point about the property damage. Jet didn't need to fucking dig through the upper floor to jump into this room. That was fucking stupid.
Yep.
God, the
Again,
whole thing
that's
with the energy weapon that blows a hole in the station. God.
Yeah. That guy was an idiot too. Like, holy shit. That was
Yeah.
that. But then again, that was biggest moron in the dipshit contest.
Everyone in this show is stupid, but who's the dumbest? Well, it's that guy.
Yeah, it's clearly that guy, like by a country mile. The guy who brought a literal suicide weapon to a fucking heist on a space station. Granted, if this was planetside, who fucking cares? But no, you're in a space station, you dumb fuck. Where do you think that beam's gonna go?
Yeah. And another example to speak to how terrible Feckless and Stark White are is at the end of that casino heist scene. I include this in the video, obviously, but Spike asks, we have to bring them in alive, but damaged is fine. And Stark says, damaged is very fine. And then, Feckless punches him out. This is proving them to be fucking cruel monsters for no reason.
Yep.
It wasn't even that guy's fault that the hole was breached in the first place.
Yeah, in fact, he was constantly telling them, the guy was telling them, like, hey, man, you might want to stop, you might want to calm down there, buddy, put that away.
Yeah, he's very clearly not okay with it, because he knows that will get him killed. Because fucking of course it will.
Assuming they get paid at all. Could get away, or the cops just decide they don't want to pay you and kill the bounty instead.
Oh, you guys didn't want to pay out the bounty, did you?
Yeah, there's that too.
In a world
Well, that was just shit writing.
Yeah.
I really hate that episode. I hate them all, but, the fact that they brought in this dumb, corrupt cop angle that was not necessary. If you want to do a corrupt cop story, that's fine. But that was just done purely to screw over the crew for no reason.
Yep.
A world like this, family is more important. And that's exactly what Cowboy Bebop explores. Almost every character we meet has a different type of family struggle. We see how difficult it is to create new families. Jet.
What?
What the fuck are you talking about? Almost every character you meet has a different family struggle? So he said almost, so you can't be talking about Periot.
This is what happens when you start with your conclusion and you need to work your way backwards to prove that your conclusion is right.
Yeah.
Because then you start seeing evidence that doesn't exist to support the thing you want to say.
But guys, more than half of the characters in this show have a family. So therefore, that must be what the show is about.
By logic dictates, everybody in the show had a mother and father at some point.
No, you don't understand. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. I'm not getting into that can of.
$2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I want to tell my favorite Easter story. $20 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Easter we had an egg hunt at one of my aunt's house, and when all the eggs were found, one last egg was duct taped to a chicken, and me and the rest of the kids had to try and catch it for the egg. It was me. I got it. Oh.
Nice.
Nice. And then we have a Acer Throne account. Just a guy from Alabama. I'll challenge your ownership of that egg with a court case.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That noob next door says the world of Bebop relies on bounty hunters to function. Screwing one over so brazenly would get you heavily reprimanded. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It is clear in the Bebop's anime, at least. Bebop's? Yeah, that's fine. In the Bebop anime, that bounty hunters are a necessity to function in this world, like at all. Because what are the police supposed to do? Like, how are you gonna do interplanetary crimes and stuff like that? You're gonna have to set up a task force every fucking time for that? No, what if you just put bounty hunters out there to fucking grab these people?
Yeah, exactly.
The fact that they just straight up admit it too, like the police officer that they're talking to is just like, oh well, yeah, that too. It's like you just admitted that. Like, what if they were recording this in some way? Like you'd be fucked.
So you need to kill Feckless and Stark White now, like right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what absolute dog shit writing. He could have said, oh, that man was a clear and active threat. We had to do it. If they were going to go that route, which it's still dumb, but at least that's better than, yeah, we did it so you wouldn't get the bounty. Fuck you.
Yeah, we didn't want to pay you anything.
Who owns a ship called the Bebop. While he didn't seem to have issues with the family he was born into, Jet has struggled to form new families. He thought he had found family on the police force, but then...
What?
What?
It's not
it was just a
family,
job.
it's camaraderie, you idiot.
Alright, so the place I work at, there's some decent people there that I like. They're not a family.
Holy shit, that just reminded me. You know what? You're decent. Don't show up to the bottling line tomorrow.
Oh no. But yeah, I don't remember anything that would imply that it was an actual family for Jet to be working as a cop. I mean, there are some tight-knit places where it almost is like a family, like probably smaller companies and stuff where everyone's like really close to one another.
Well,
but
I would say
this is just another police force in a world with fucking how many police precincts?
Yeah, there'd be thousands upon thousands. Because you wouldn't just have one for an entire planet, right?
Yeah.
Like, that would be insanity. But then you also have multiple planets, so, you know, it'd have to be thousands upon thousands of precincts. But to be more rational, it would have made more sense if Stark White here didn't work for a police precinct, if he worked for like a sheriff instead. That would have made more sense. Because sheriff departments, depending on like what county you're in, sheriff departments tend to be smaller, more tight-knit. Everybody in the sheriff department knows everybody's names, they know everybody's birthday, they know everybody's like children, they know everybody's routines. That's just the way sheriff departments work. That's why sheriff departments tend to be very very close knit and like an actual family unit. They're a family on the force because they are so small and they're therefore need to rely on each other even more. Now again, it depends on your county. Some counties are big enough that you'll have really big sheriff forces, and then the sheriffs will actually get in fights with the police a lot, which is hilarious. Oh, there's nothing like two big dicks in a big dick swinging contest with each other. And if you've ever seen a sheriff and a police officer fight over who has jurisdiction over a bust, it is great.
Mm-hmm. There was a thing recently about where that happened, where they got into like an open fight on a dash cam. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, fuck, they were throwing hands at each other. So you have sheriff deputies and a police officer throwing hands, like literally like in a fucking slug out fight, fucking fight. Because
Yeah,
remember,
it's
and
so
sheriffs
funny.
have a lot higher opinion of themselves because they are elected officials, which they should. They should have a higher opinion of themselves. But I don't think you should also degrade all police as well. It's just funny as fuck to watch them. It's kind of like that piece of shit ATF agent that tried to show up and unlawfully like get a guy to get all of his guns out and everything like that and go through it. The guy called the cops on him and that fucking ATF agent got tased. That was great.
I just love. Yeah, that was great. I just love the idea of a cop and a sheriff openly fighting each other over like a traffic violation that somebody committed. And it's like they're literally fighting over a piece of meat, and the fucking dude is the piece of meat who just has to sit there and be like, "Oh God,
Oh God, should I leave? Is this considered a dangerous situation? What do I do if I leave? Am I evading police?
That's my piece of meat. No, it's mine. What the fuck is happening?" That's literally what it's like. You also got to be really careful about that. The whole like sheriffs becoming family and stuff, because there are multiple examples of this where they will become corrupt, and the entire fucking department will like defend the sheriff, and like the deputies and everything. They'll all defend each other, and they will like actively destroy evidence and hide people from the like FBI and stuff. It's really not good.
Hiding people from the FBI is pretty base, though.
Yeah.
Fuck the bit.
I just remember watching this this video a while back where there was like a really corrupt cop who basically was letting friends of his get away with like crimes and stuff that they really shouldn't have been, like drunk driving and stuff, and was like actively interfering in investigations and stuff. And when the FBI came to like retrieve like his phone and stuff, because they would have all the like evidence on it that he was calling these people and telling them like, hey, the police are coming to arrest you, like tell them this, or hide here, or this sort of thing. And the entire department just kind of like, they wouldn't let the FBI in, they wouldn't give him the phone, they swapped phones. Like he actually put the phone that he was supposed to have into his pocket and pulled out his own phone and gave them that one and said it was the sheriff's, and all kinds of shit like that. And the sheriff tried to sneak out the back, and the deputies tried to help him like hide and shit. It was really fucked.
Jesus.
Yeah, and unfortunately the FBI agents, because they were so like, they were trying to be respectful, because like there's the kind of that whole thing of like when you're dealing with another law enforcement agency, you're not supposed to be like a dickhead and just like rush in and like manhandle everyone. But because they didn't do that, it just gave them like a ton of opportunity to like take the phone in the back, delete evidence off of it, destroy any paperwork that might have evidence on it, hide stuff, hide people, all kinds of shit. And it took them like over an hour for them to finally say, okay, we're going to take your phone and we're going to arrest you. And then the deputies basically like barricaded the office and tried to help the sheriff escape and everything. It was completely fucked.
Ooh. Yep.
Police corruption should be punishable by death.
It really should.
It should, because you're supposed to be held to a higher standard.
Yeah.
I will be right back in a second, but if you want to continue the video, I just got to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
Then and set up for a crime he didn't commit, which caused him to lose 5 years of his life in prison, during which he lost precious time with his daughter, including her birth. He spends a lot of time trying to connect with her as a father in any way he can throughout the show, whether it's doing everything he can to buy a toy she really wants.
Isn't there only like 2 times no, 3 times he interacts with his kid, trying to get the stupid toy for her, and then he ends up trying to give her the dog, and then the mother flips shit because of the dog. So Jed ends up keeping the dog. Sorry, Stark keeps the dog. That's the first time. The second time is when she has that dumb little dance thing to go to, and Jed is watching it through a hologram, and it's played up as a funny, silly moment because Spike is fighting off a fucking army of thugs outside behind him, and he doesn't notice, and he's waving through the hologram at his daughter, and because he's like just sitting down in a random fucking store, the clerk thinks, oh, this guy's waving at me, this is weird, I'm gonna awkwardly wave back.
Yeah.
And then the third time is the final episode where Useless kidnaps Jet's kid to hold her hostage, and then she's saved.
Yeah, she's literally just a plot device.
Yeah.
And I mean that in, like, the bad way.
Yeah. Also, you'd think in the future they'd be able to make dolls that don't look this fucking dog shit.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna say, is like, why in the future does the doll look like it was made in, like, the 80s?
Hold on, is that carried over from the anime or something the Netflix show invented? It's something Netflix invented. Jet didn't have a kid in the anime.
Or making a video call during a shootout to see her star in a recital.
I mean, yeah, it's dumb he would do it there when they're on a job rather than... I guess he can't really plan when like, the girl's gonna have her recital or whatever, but the fact that he doesn't realize anything else is good... And this... The way he phrased it there bugs me because he mischaracterizes it in a way that actually makes it worse than it is when it's already monumentally stupid. Like, if he actually did stop in a shootout to sit down and watch this thing, that in itself is monumentally fucking dumb. That's not what happened in the show. In the show, nothing was happening when he sat down to watch it, and then all the thugs showed up to start the fight. You can even see in the background in his clip there that Spike is just sitting... God, I don't want to see this dumb shit again. Move! Move!
Or making a video...
There. Spike is just sitting in the background when he's starting this up. Nothing is happening. So he's not starting this in the middle of a shootout. God. What is it with these shit videos, Pagan? That I have to defend utter garbage from their shit praises?
I know, I don't get it. I don't get how people who like these shows actually make it worse. Like, they portray certain things that happen in the show completely differently to make them seem worse than they are when they're already terrible.
While at the same time praising those things as though they're good.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's so weird. We keep having this happen.
But anyways, yeah, the fact that he doesn't realize all this is happening behind him, because if a fight is about to break out, it's insanity that he doesn't know what's happening, because these aren't thick windows. They're not going to keep sounds out from a fight that's happening 20 feet behind him. And the door isn't like an airtight, sealed, locked door. It's just like kind of a shitty wooden door.
Doesn't a guy get thrown through the window right next to him and he just doesn't notice?
I don't remember. I kind of want to check, though.
I think so. If I remember correctly, there's literally a moment where Spike throws one of the dudes through, like, the window that's next to him, and he just doesn't notice.
Well, there's a way to find out. Do we remember which episode this was in?
I think this was like episode 6 or something around there, either 5 or 6, I think.
Yeah, it was close to the end. So I can... Oh god, even like Windows Explorer, when I'm navigating my folders, went into stop responding mode. Okay, there we go.
I'm back. What
Welcome
inane
back.
nonsense did I miss?
We had to defend the show.
Oh no. What did he say?
He said that Jed is trying to be there for his daughter's life, which sure, okay, whatever. So much so that he stops in the middle of a gunfight to watch her recital through a hologram.
What? He didn't stop in the middle of a gunfight? What the fuck?
Yeah.
If you notice, do you see a gunfight going on at this very fucking moment?
I will rewind the footage back.
Like, look, this is him at the recital. There's no gunfight.
Yeah, listen.
Yep.
Little girl's favorite toy.
Or making a video call during a shootout to see her star in a recital.
During a shootout.
Yeah, again, there is no shootout going on. You see them pulling up as he's already going into the fucking weirdo projection thing.
Yeah. And it's played as a comedic moment, not that he knows it's going back on and he doesn't care. Like,
yeah, he literally can't hear the gun.
Well, he should be able to, though. That's the argument I was making.
Yes, he should. Absolutely.
But
bullets are fucking loud.
Bullets and people fighting and being thrown about. I'm actually just bringing up the episode now in VLC because Pagan mentioned that one of the guys might have been thrown through a window and Jet didn't notice. But I don't know. Oh god. No. Why is that? No. Why the fuck is that there? I couldn't get it to thing before, and now it's showing up perfectly fine. What the fuck? No! You fucked me over, Pagan. That was the wrong episode.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know which one it is. I said it was like 5 or 6 or something.
Ah! Might have been 7. Why did it resize? No, stop. Yes, it was this episode. I hate being reminded of this character. Okay. Yeah, so this is the building Jet walks into. There's no way that you're not going to hear a fight going on behind you there.
Yeah.
God, I forget just how... Oh yeah, there's the awkward wave moment for no reason. Because he's waving at his daughter in the thing, and... Buddy's just like, oh hey, he's waving at me, I guess.
Yeah. Which, this seems like this would be standard technology, because we have... Feckless and Stark White here have access to this technology, so...
Yeah. Okay, he does realize the guy that gets thrown in.
Okay.
Yeah,
at least it wasn't that bad.
All right, yeah, at least it wasn't that bad. I was about to say, I was like, I swear I remember there being something about like a guy getting thrown through the window and then him just like continuing to watch the thing.
Yeah, but again, either way, like both answers for what's happening there is incredibly bad. Either A, he can't hear the very obvious fight that's going on outside when, like, there's just no way with the windows and door that place has. There's no way that he wouldn't hear it. That's the first option. It's fucking garbage. The other option is that he's ignoring it, which, first of all, clearly he isn't due to how shocked he is when the guy gets thrown through the window, so he's not ignoring it. But if he was, what a massive fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Again, this whole moment is played up as a comedic thing, and the guy in this video is trying to present it as though, like, yeah, he cares so much that he still attends her recital during a shootout. No! It's just bad.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Like, you fucked all the context. You even showcased that you're lying in your video, because he's clearly going into the recital when nothing is going on.
Yeah. Like, this is what I mean about how comedically it's portrayed. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Man, it's even, like, I'm glad he showed the clip of how bad this gets, but, like, it just kills his argument so badly to see the fight going on in the background, and here he is dancing like a fucking idiot.
While in prison, Jet also got divorced, and his ex-wife got together with someone he used to consider a brother from his days being a cop. These betrayals make it hard for Jet to be in relationships where not everything is completely open. But
What?
I mean, I hate to break this to you. he already works with Spike. Like,
Yeah,
this isn't the two of them just bumping into each other constantly, and he doesn't know if he can trust Spike or anything like that. Spike is living on his fucking ship.
Yeah, it seems like they've been working together for years at this point.
Yep. This is just fucking bizarro world. So clearly, I was gonna say, clearly that means they have a fucking relationship.
Yeah, it's obviously not a romantic relationship. Thank God, Netflix. But
Yeah.
like, friendship is still a relationship of a kind.
Mhm.
Like, it literally is.
Well, yeah, he literally argued that him having a partner while working with the police is a relationship, a family to him. So
It bears so little resemblance to the show that I didn't realize what the video was about when I saw the thumbnail. Yep.
yeah, not surprised.
But he also gives everyone the benefit of the doubt because he knows what it feels like to be wrongly judged. This creates
What?
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 Who does he give the benefit of the doubt to?
Yeah, I've
Sure,
not
he
seen
gets
him.
wrongly judged because he gets framed, but Jesus Christ.
I don't remember an instance of the show where he does give someone the benefit of the doubt. Unless he's considering, like, working with Spike, giving him the benefit of the doubt.
That's what I was gonna say. Was I guess you might be able to say that where because Spike works with the Syndicate and
It's
Stark
still a
White
stretch,
just it is a stretch, but like Stark White just keeps like making excuses for him whenever something comes up or he refuses to talk about his past and stuff. He'll just like make an excuse for him, and it's like I guess yeah, you could consider that as giving him the benefit of the doubt.
No, I think that's giving the comment way too much credit.
It is. I'm literally just playing devil's advocate.
Isn't the black guy white in the anime? They race swapped him and made him a deadbeat dad, Lamau. Yep.
He was Native American in the original, and they made him black here.
conflict between other members of the crew since they are still grappling with their own past. Spike, who is Jet's partner, is running from his past family, the Syndicate.
They're not his family.
They're not his family.
They're not his fucking family. He doesn't even like them.
Oh my god. This is so much worse than I thought it would be. I know I say that a lot when we cover videos. I know. But, like... I don't know, I'm left with nothing else but to repeat what I said earlier. This is what happens when you start with your conclusion. Yeah. Oh, the show's about family? Well, every single fucking person you have an interaction with is a family now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's literally what it comes down to, and I can't stand it.
It's not like in the original anime where he did actually genuinely care about his boss within the Triad. Like, that's not presented here at all. In fact, it seems more like he was miserable doing all this stuff, unless he was killing people, then it turns out he was happy. You know, bad look to give Spike, but it is fitting for the rest of his character in the show.
Yeah. God, I didn't preview the whole video. I just skipped around to see if it was good to cover. So some of this stuff is new to me, and I'm just like, oh my god. Like, I knew it was bad, but my god.
But remember, guys, Bebop Flux is good, actually.
Oh yeah, very good. Totally amazing.
Man, Twist so hard to defend this shit, he must look like a goddamn pretzel.
And Spike was an orphan taken in when he was young, so he felt an obligation to them for a long time. Once he tries...
I don't know if it's an obligation to them. I know from what we get from the flashback episode is that he was very good friends with Vicious. Or Useless, yeah. I should say. until Julia got between them, essentially. Like, to the
Yeah.
point where the leaders of the Syndicate, one of which is Useless's father, asked Feckless to kill Useless, and he didn't do it because he cared about his friend.
Yeah.
Which ended up being a huge mistake.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
If Feckless had actually killed Useless, now that could have been an interesting twist to go, like a different spin on Cowboy Bebop. What if Spike remained with the Red Dragon Triad instead, and he had become the leader of it, or whatever, or he had become an underboss of it at least?
Yeah.
Forgive me, I forget the names of the different poles for triads. I don't know them as well as I know like Russian Bratva and the fucking Mafia, but still. If he had remained with them, what if he'd become leadership in it? And like, what would his character have looked like coming up against Jet Black in that instance? That would have been a cool thing to explore. A slight twist that they never had the betrayal happen, so he never meets Julia. He stays with the Red Dragon Triad, and he rises through the ranks.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, he was clearly a favorite. The Mountain Pole clearly liked him a lot. Really liked Spike a lot. And Spike clearly cared for him as well.
Also, that clip the guy showed of Spike going through a fucked up, broken down building killing people, that's, again, something he was doing for Vicious, because Vicious had caused this conflict between the Syndicate and this other gang. And this is part of what's so stupid about that thing in particular.
Oh my god, I remember. Yeah.
You're remembering now.
Yeah.
It was a big deal that Vicious had fucked up making an alliance with this gang, because this was like a really, really big gang that could fuck the Syndicate over super hard. So, to solve the problem, Spike, Feckless, goes to this rundown building and kills everyone in it, and that's the entire enemy gang wiped out.
Yeah, that's the entire cartel. All of them. Every single member of the cartel.
Oh my god, I'm remembering how fucked this is. Yeah, this gang, this cartel, is based on another planet. I think it was Jupiter.
Yeah.
Or Titan or something. And the point is, they were based on another planet.
Yeah, they're based on another planet, but every single member of the fucking cartel was in this one building on a different planet.
Yes, on the planet that the Syndicate were on.
Yes.
It's just super fucked. It's super fucked in every way, shape,
God,
or form.
I completely forgot about that guy. I ejected so much of this shit from my brain because of how awful it was, and being reminded of it again, I'm just like, oh my god.
See, I ejected it from my mind too, but seeing that short little clip is what reminded me of it, and it all just came flooding back like a fucking PTSD episode.
Yeah, and it was all Useless's fault, all of it. It's just insane.
Yeah, I might even work on the script a little bit tonight for continuing this video, because there's so much I want to talk about for how dog shit it is. God damn it!
It reminds me they had to explain why he used a katana as well, because he is obsessed with blades. And he's like, oh, and when the blade goes sliding across the skin near your scrot and stuff like that.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't know why you like women shaving you with a razor blade down there, but it's like,
I forgot about that.
And that's why he likes katanas, because they're sharp. It's like, oh my god.
God fucking damn it! I forgot about that. Oh god. Sorry, don't
Also,
mind me. I'm just taking psychic damage right now.
Yeah, it's just gear shift slightly. Before anybody corrects me, I looked it up. I was like, you know what? That sounds wrong. I got two of the ranks mixed up. It's Mountain Master, and then Red Pole is another rank lower down the totem pole. So there you go.
I just look over at the comments, and I just see Else Tubes comment, all right, Cartel, let's go on a field trip, Space Miss Frizz.
Oh, no. I'm 100%. Sorry, how am I fucking this up already? I'm 100% convinced he's got familial issues if he views friendships or employment as family. It almost seems like projection, to be honest. Brain dead consumer moment or brain dead consumer moment? he also might just be the kind of person who buys into the whole "we're a family" thing
Here
that
at Value
companies
Mart,
do.
we're a family.
Yeah, because when companies say, "Oh yeah, we're a family," that usually doesn't mean anything. Like, there's some
Yeah.
cases where it's actually true. Again, small tight knit places are a literal family business, and
Yeah,
like
mom and pop shops.
if it's a small family business and you're someone they hire from the outside, but you get to know them really well, almost like an actual family friend, then yeah, then you're part of the family essentially. When you're
Um,
working for fucking Walmart, it's not a family. They say it
yeah,
because um
meaningless platitudes actually improve morale, which is weird.
not just that it's a meaningless platitude, but from what I understand, it's based on the idea that you're gonna work harder for your family rather than like just some fucking rando.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah, by any logical metric, you know it's a meaningless platitude, but it still improves morale, paradoxically, even though you know you're being used.
That must be the exception then, because that stuff just makes me fucking hate the places I work at more.
Yeah, that's fair. I had a place I worked at. It was a pizzeria. Their first ever location, they started it up on their own, and it was started by a few brothers. And yeah, I went in and joined them there. And what had happened was, oh fuck, man, we're gonna get a rabbit. All right, you ready for some such lore here? We're going down a rabbit hole. So I was in Demolay, which is the how to put this. It is the preemptive part of joining the Masonic Temple. Okay, so I was in the Masons, the Freemasons, for a time.
Tell us all the
Um,
conspiracies to destroy the world.
no, no, those are tight-lipped secrets. I won't say that.
Oh.
There's an entire order and everything like that. I actually went up the ranks decently well. I got to be the door guard for quite a while, which is actually a pretty good rank. Um, because you're the one that has to maintain watch over the door before you let people in for these ceremonies and stuff. But anyways, after that, we would always like go after our meetings and everything like that. We would leave and we would go to a local pizza place and we would eat. And again, this was started by a couple brothers, and they were just having themselves a good old time. And they made great fucking pizza. They used provolone cheese, which if you've never had provolone cheese is it's so good. Yeah, eventually I said, hey, if you get a position open, I'd love to work here. And I just kept pestering them a while, and they eventually worked there. And it was literally like a family run thing. So there'd be little like family tantrums and stuff like that, but it was all in good spirit. There was no there were like no rules or anything like that in the kitchen, which led to some pain for sure. Like I'd be running the ovens, and then they'd take a dough ball and they'd throw it into my back. And Jesus Christ, have you ever been hit by a dough ball that's been flung by anybody? Oof, it hurts and it leaves quite a welt.
Jesus.
Yeah, I remember I accidentally burned one of my fellow employees. Um, I was running the ovens, and there's a hot spot, an infamous hot spot in this top oven near the back right corner. Super hot spot. So I had to pull pizzas out to move it around. I had to keep rotating. That's why running the ovens, you were sweating constantly. Yeah, it was just, and yes, they were Italian. Deus Volt Infidels, like a dough ball flung by practiced Italian hands. Yes, these brothers were Italian, by the way. Practiced Italian hands, knew what they were doing. And so I took out one of the pizzas, and we have them on these crisper trays, which are these black metal like wire mesh trays that they sit on to help them firm up in the pizza ovens. And I moved that onto the thing, and then I started going to go move the pizzas around to rotate the pizzas, and I went to go turn back to get the pizza. Well, the one chick, she was actually pretty hot, by the way, which is a shame. She thought it was a pizza ready to go, so she went to grab the foil, because the foil will remain remarkably cool, and she grabbed the black crisper underneath, and oh my god, the screech. And I don't blame her for screeching, because that was a burn and a half. But I grabbed that from her as fast as I could. I just slammed the pizza catch on it and pulled it away from her as fast as I could, and then got it back in the oven. I was like, holy shit! It melted the glove directly to her hand.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was bad. Mamma mia, set you burn out the kitchen, lady.
Also, supervillain's ego. Don't spam chat, please.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny. It was just a funny moment. And yeah, there you go. There's some deep lore. I was in the starting organization for the Masons. But no, I was telling it was a story about family-run business, and this was a family-run business, and everybody was like a tight-knit family in there.
Yeah,
Obviously, I'm leaving things vague because I ain't doxing myself.
Yeah, I can imagine that a small family-owned pizzeria would be like a very tight-knit, nice place to work at.
Oh, and the food was, oh my god. You just go like, all right, it's time to go for lunch. Let's throw in our own personal pizzas and, personal cheesy breads and stuff like that. And it's like, oh yeah, let's do it. All you had to do was write down a list of what you had for lunch. And so we would have like, they were like, okay, we literally don't care. We make enough money. You can have whatever you want, but just write it down. Because if you're an asshole that takes away like 6 like large pizzas, of course we're gonna fucking care about that. But if you're like, oh, we had a medium pizza for lunch and I split it between these 3 people, it's like, yeah, no, that's fine. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, that does sound like a nice place to work.
But yeah, I that's when the first time I ever had baklava, was there. So yeah, that was real tasty. That's why there are no skinny Italian chefs. That's their good eating. Well, the one brother was super skinny and buff. The other brother fit the stereotype, though, for sure.
The lead tries to have him killed. And then there's Faye Valentine, who is the newest crew member on the Bebop. Faye is not even sure if she has family anywhere. The only person she thought of as a mother is actually just a con artist who pretended to be her mother to steal benefit money that had been left for Faye. She cannot remember her past before that as a side effect from being put in cryosleep. Both
I don't... I know there's more to it in the anime, but was it purely because of the cryosleep in the show? Because it sounds like a pretty bad cryosleep if that is what caused it.
Yeah, that's apparently all it was in the show. Apparently that's why this was such a common con, because it was a side effect of cryosleep all time. Remember, they had the full workup. They had the doctors and everything that were already in on it and everything. So yeah, it seems like it was a common thing in the show, and that it was only based around the cryo sleep.
Yeah, because Faye was a unique case in the original.
Yeah.
Alright. I guess there's a little bit of family stuff with her, too. But again, it doesn't really go super deep. We only really get the one episode about it.
Yeah, and that's also where we get, if I remember right, Spike sitting in a lounge chair reading porn. Which is like, why?
That's one thing I do remember about the show, is that it was very, very horny. There was a lot of...
It was super horny.
There was a lot of bare titties. They went to, like, a strip club. They went to a creepy, weird BDSM dungeon. There's a big billboard.
You just reminded me. You reminded me. Oh, yeah. The facial surgery thing that's actually a hologram that all of the porn places use to make their people look better, and then he deactivated so that they could find the one bounty, and it turned that one lady's off, and she was an old lady with super granny tits.
Yep.
Oh God. Oh yeah. This show was insanely horny.
There was the drug lab where everyone was naked that Useless came in and shot and killed them all.
Yeah, which the reason that they do that is to make sure that nobody can slip anything out, right? You don't want them to be able to like stash a little here or there.
I feel like that's an instance where you can forego being realistic.
Maybe. Like, I don't know. I think it's more interesting. It's like, oh, so they actually thought of that. But when in combination with the rest of the show, like the fact that Faye's mother is having a sex role play with her super into it boyfriend who's a mobster and getting all of his men killed, and then
I forgot
the
about that part.
Faye's not mom says the magic words, so he has to kill his right hand man so that he won't interfere with the game. And then they go off and bang. It's like,
I
oh my
forgot. I
god.
forgot about that part of it. Oh my god. Oh my god.
If they were naked, wouldn't their skin get exposed to dangerous chemicals and stuff? Criminals, you think criminals give a shit? They just want to make sure that their product ain't being fucking smuggled out by the people assembling it.
Yeah, especially when that product is like a very tiny vial.
Yeah, of a very, very potent and very addictive substance.
Spike are characters who recognize the harm being done by their family and have tried to get away, but are
Those people aren't her family.
Yeah.
still being impacted because of the controlling nature of those families. Aside from the main cast, we also meet characters like Asimov and Katerina, who are like a Romeo and Juliet, both trying to get away from their controlling families as well.
I know the father wants the daughter back, but like,
I don't think anybody gives a shit about him, about Asimov, though.
They do as far as the bounty goes and as
Yeah.
far as him stealing the drugs, but that's it. There's no family mentioned for him.
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
Criminals are renowned for their adherence to proper PPE, personal protection equipment.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're absolutely renowned for it. That's kind of what made Breaking Bad such good writing. Those were criminals that genuinely did care to an extent, but it's because they were going for super high class professional shit. Right? That was how they were going to separate themselves out, how they could charge so much for an actual premium product.
I need to watch that show again.
Yeah.
As trying to escape from the syndicate, and Katerina is fleeing from her rich.
Oh! He did it again! Asimov is trying to escape from the syndicate. That's his family. God fucking damn it, stop!
The syndicate is not his family. The syndicate are trying to kill him because he stole a bunch of drugs.
Stop! Someone said in the comments I should cycle through some of the Half-Life Scientist streams. I think I might do that, and the stop is one of the ones I'm gonna use.
Yes, absolutely.
Father.
He's like, everyone knows your dad. Rich, powerful, total dick.
This is contrasted with other characters who are still with their families that have clearly done them harm.
Don't you want to make your mother happy?
I do. I do.
This eco-terrorist mother has involved her kids in her dangerous plans.
Echo terror?
Echo terrorists, yeah, they love to make echoing noises.
Well, they do live in an echo chamber, that's...
Mm.
Yeah, what a weird way to say that, echo terrorists instead of eco terrorists. I don't know. Again, I'm not holding that as a point against them. It's just amusing. I have never heard anybody call them eco terrorists before.
Neither have I. When did the dolphin become a terrorist? Yeah, that's the first thing that popped into my mind too. Was fucking Echo the Dolphin. Never even played that game. I've seen the cover for it a lot for some reason.
Yeah, well, it was the second time that Echo went to space on a UFO that they decided, fuck this shit. They became a terrorist from then on.
He saw Bebop flicks and he decided on a new course in life. Freeman, you fool! I actually do plan on using that one if there's, like, something I need to censor that's long enough to get that full, like, clip in.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
And doesn't worry about their safety at all, only worrying about her goals.
Mommy?
Remember how in the original the eco-terrorists were... I'm sorry, the eco-terrorists were like,
No. Let's eco terrorist for the original, eco terrorist for the shitty Bebop version of the Netflix
Well, we
version.
don't need to give everything new names. But point is, the eco terrorists, they like. I don't necessarily. Well, yeah, I guess they were a hardcore gang. They fucking shoot up a restaurant because there's someone in there that's one of their targets. They threaten an entire planet because the mother is held captive. Like,
Yep.
they're an intimidating villain or set of villains, and here she leaves, and we have them going, "Mommy." It just makes them look fucking pathetic.
Yeah.
Because in the original too, they didn't seem like they were beaten or like super abused or anything, but in the original they did show that she was like fucking crazy when it did come to punishing them when they fuck up super hard, because she turned one of them into a monkey.
Yep. Because you failed me for the last time. Be a monkey. Return to monkey.
But it just turns them into just such shitty villains in the remake.
Yeah.
They come across as pathetic rather than a force you actually have to deal with that is a threat. Monkey. I've never seen Kung Fu Panda, but I saw that one video clip that was edited, so the turtle guy just kept going, monkey. As the monkey character is like freaking out and losing his shit and getting sad. It was great.
Monkey.
Where are you going?
She has no care for her children's lives or desires, only her own.
What would mother do?
Vicious also has lived a life ruled by his father in the Syndicate. His entire life, Vicious has been belittled and had his masculinity mocked.
Okay, okay.
He's deserving of mockery, to be fair.
Yeah, he's not masculine at all. In fact, he's a cuckold. That's literally the entire premise of this fucking story that Bebop Flix is trying to tell. Not Useless is a fucking cuck.
Yeah, there's a reason we're calling him Useless, which I'll be calling him throughout the Bebop Flix video instead of Vicious. Because, like, I don't remember if they actually mock his masculinity, but they see him as a fucking problem. Because he keeps getting into this, almost sort of, like, aggressive alpha male mode, where, like, he just wants to fucking fight everyone.
Yeah,
and that fucks over their gang super hard.
Yeah, he's the worst kind of beta. A beta that thinks he's an alpha, and to prove that he's an alpha will become hyper-aggressive in situations where it's not warranted, where an actual alpha doesn't need to prove that they're a fucking alpha.
Yeah.
They'll just be like, whatever. Like, dude comes up, straps up, and he's like, pulls out knives, he's like, I'm gonna fucking fight you, prove I'm the best, and the actual alpha will be like, fuck ever, dude. Just sit your ass back down.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, it is shown repeatedly that Useless causes the Syndicate's problems over and over again.
Which is why his own father orders Spike to kill him.
Yeah.
Because he is constantly fucking them up, or fucking them over super hard. Because the first job we see them do, it's like, yeah, this is a business deal, and we need this to go through. And then Vicious comes back all happy and proud of himself. Yeah, what was it? Did he stab someone or something at the meeting? I don't remember the exact scenario, but point is...
He went off and...
Yeah, he flew off
and
hurt
shit,
someone.
And then, yeah.
Hurt someone he shouldn't have.
Yeah, which obviously absolutely fucking nuked their negotiations between the Syndicate and the cartel.
Yeah. Look, Gordon! Ropes! We can use them for big pits! Oh! God, I love that series.
Dude, that series is just so great just for how creepy it is of him just going...
Going what?
Yeah, I swear Discord has a noise gate filter, but he was doing the
Oh yeah,
thing. And it's like, it changes color. Don't worry, Gordon. I can read it based off of what his color it changes to.
No, that was the one who did the real like kid sounding voice who read the colors.
Yeah, but then he's like, blue. That means it's true. It's like, oh.
One of my favorite parts is when Dr. Coomer gets hit in the head, and rather than his like normal voice, he just goes, "Kill, kill."
God, you. Now I gotta watch this again because I forgot how much I love that series. Oh my god, yeah, I gotta watch that again. That is so funny.
I prefer Freeman's Mind, but from what I've seen, the AI series is pretty funny. Oh, they're both great. I love Freeman's Mind. I love Half-Life VR, but the AI is sentient or whatever it's called.
I just love too when what is it? It's after Blast Pit. It's after On a Rail. The one gets shot at and he goes, "That's it," and he just jumps off like a fucking superhero to go fight.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, there's so much good shit in there. I like when they get the overpowered gun from the armory. It just like destroys everything.
The one of the parts I like is when they're in the giant pipe and they're like, "Garden, watch out for the pit." And like, or sorry, the hole, I think it was. And they had already passed the hole, and they keep saying it. And then Gordon reaches the part where the pipe falls through a fucking, the floor. And you just get crashed and landed into the room right before the, pool with the, alien fish creature.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "I told you to watch out for the hole."
Oh god, that is so good.
Oh yeah.
Hmm?
I was just gonna talk about Barney constantly asking for a passport and everything.
Oh yeah, Benry.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Benry.
I just love that he like he like clips through the walls and stuff where his head, like his face just comes through and then he zips away really quick when they notice him. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, the ongoing gag. Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia that anyone can add.
Oh yeah, the fucking chair.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up.
A chair is a four-legged object. Oh my god.
From Stag going on a tangent about the thing they like, I take it the video is bad. It's really bad. It's really bad.
Really bad. Yes, this video is really bad.
Like, this year of videos, since Stag 50, I feel like we need to add more levels down below Acerthorn tier.
Yeah.
To properly encapsulate how bad some of these videos have been.
Which is fucking shocking, okay?
Yeah.
You had no idea that the videos were gonna get worse and worse as we went on. Holy shit.
Yeah. Actual fucking insanity, some of the shit we've dealt with.
Vicious has been belittled and had his masculinity mocked. His father even going so far as to make Vicious watch his mother die by suicide.
He started telling me how weak I was for shedding a tear.
So it's not surprising that Vicious has become a massive mess of toxic masculinity.
Oh, no, he's a fucking cuck. Fuck off with
He's
your
a
toxic
loser.
masculinity.
Yeah,
he's
it's
just a
not
fucking
toxic
loser.
masculinity. He has none. He's a fucking cuck.
Where's the magnum opus on the tier list? It's at the very top because that video is amazing for how bad it is. I love it.
Yeah. Oh god, the self-own of admitting that you quit your job to make videos about Fallout 76 full-time was just like, oh,
and then
Jesus.
being fucking bitter about it.
Yes.
Like, I still remember that stream was, when we started doing the whole, "It should have been me, not him! It's not fair!" And that's just, like, the perfect way to describe that video.
Oh, then he made a whole fucking, like trailer of, like,
Yes, that was
better trailer
why,
for Fallout 76.
yeah, that was why it was labeled the Magnum Opus.
Yeah.
It was just so good. It was like, this is such a good trailer, Bethesda, feel free to use this. And it was like the most dog shit Windows Movie Maker trailer, nonsense, constant Bethesda fucking talking points thing. Oh Jesus, it was real bad.
That
Literally
video
just being
is
like, oh, Fallout 3 was so amazing, and all you fucking stupid New Vegas fans don't understand how amazing it actually is. It's like, oh, dude, this sounds so fucking pathetic.
yeah, it's I think it might actually be the only video we've covered that reaches it's so bad it's good territory, because that video is utter dog shit and I love it.
Yeah, it is hilarious covering that.
And there's Julia, who feels too scared to leave the Syndicate and her abusive husband Vicious for good reason. While all of these characters and more struggle with family, it was Faye Valentine's story that particularly resonated with me. Spike already...
How?
I don't know. We're on a wild ride here. Let's see how he resonated with fucking Amnesia Girl getting conned, I guess.
Did he get conned out of all his worldly possessions because he had amnesia?
I don't know.
gave up. New Jet already lost his, while Faye is still trying to figure out what she even lost. It's through her we go on a journey of self-discovery, figuring
where we don't learn anything. We learned that
what?
she was like a kid once. Like, do we even see the tape? Oh
We-
God,
we-
I can't
Kinda.
remember.
We see the
We
tape in
do.
this, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's just like random nonsense, and nothing really comes of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She just leaves.
because that was the thing about the tape in the original, is that it was a glimpse of who she was, the innocent kid she used to be before the tragic accident that she barely survived and lost all her memories from.
It's just weird. It's like she does, and growing to who she is, she was always an insufferable bitch the entire time through. Like, she didn't change. She's exactly as insufferable as she was at the start. She doesn't go through an arc.
Yeah.
figuring out means and what we want for our future.
I like how he's just like
If you're like
throwing
me-
random shit together for the titles for each section.
And I've struggled with your family of origin, you probably will relate to Faye a lot.
Struggled with your family of How would you relate to Faye then? That's not their family of origin.
I guess, like, could he maybe mean, like, an orphan or something, someone who's adopted who doesn't know who their real parents are?
Maybe.
But even then, depending on, like, the kid that gets adopted, a lot of them don't know that they are adopted until, like, the adopted parents tell them, you know?
Yeah.
There might be bits you should have known long ago. Faye doesn't know who her family really was or even what her original name is. I was almost 30 years old when I found out who I grew up with wasn't my biological father. Faye has also missed out on her childhood, and
I guess you called it. It was just because.
Yeah,
Um,
but biological father, that implies that he did have his biological mother.
Yes.
So it's still, like...
It's still his family of origin, yes.
is now figure out being an adult by herself.
You have.
No. I'm definitely gonna argue about that. She hasn't figured out how to be an adult.
Yeah, she's a piece of shit all the way through.
And also, like, really fucking... I'm just remembering some of the stuff, like the fucking dumb little railgun she got, because, oh, I got it because it's a railgun.
Yeah, and they use a paper clip in it.
And then she gives it away to her lesbian girlfriend because it was a gimmick thing, and she can't keep such a powerful weapon for the rest of the show because it would actually change the stakes.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it is just her being a weirdo, which, sure, adults can be weirdos, that's fine, but, like, she just never feels like a proper mature character, you know?
Yep.
It's not saying that someone has to be mature all the time. It's perfectly fine for adults to be immature.
Again,
It's just...
Spike in the original anime. He was clearly an adult, a grown-up, he knew what he was doing, but he had those goofy, whimsical moments, and he would be kind of campy and weird at times.
Yeah.
It was just part of his character.
Like, one of my favorite lines from him in one of those moments is from the movie. I like the kind of girl that can kick my ass. Like, it's a great little moment in a good fight.
For fuck's sakes. I'm sorry, I checked your Discord server.
Uh-oh, what's in there? I'm afraid to look.
No, I posted in our chat.
Oh no. Oh no.
It was from Drift86.
Nice.
How to fix Hogwarts Legacy.
I love the review that's just like scathing about how terrible the game is for making you play as a British person, and it's the worst thing they could have done. Just so people in chat know what we're laughing at, there's a GIF meme here of, I think it's Meet the Medic, or it's one of the Team Fortress videos where Medic is healing Scout, and Scout's face is like all fucked up and he's missing teeth, but the healing beam has him get another tooth, like, that replaces the missing one. And it's just captioned, British to American transformation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's from Meet the Medic.
Oh, God.
Frame of reference. Because you're already a grown-up.
While I wasn't cryogenically frozen, I didn't have much of a childhood either. And I definitely wasn't given much in the...
Bullshit. Okay, let's hear your sob story about how you were so poor and didn't have much of anything, right? Did you go times without eating at all? Did you go times without paying electricity bill? Like, come on. Bullshit.
I mean, it's possible he could have had a really shit childhood. I still don't know how this applies to Faye, though.
Yeah. But by his implication earlier that it took him until, you say, like, 30s before he realized that his father wasn't his biological father?
Yeah, that seems like a really late time to find out.
Yeah, so that isn't, like, usually if there's bitterness, if there's a bad thing, that would be brought up more, that your actual father left and this is a stepfather now. I don't know, this just seems, I don't know, I guess we'll have to hear his sob story. Let's hear the sob story here, but I don't know, my defense is already up to, I don't fucking believe.
Also, just quickly first, is that the real Vincent Martin? No.
No, yeah.
I blocked the real Vincent Martin ages ago because he's fucking obnoxious and won't shut up with his retardation.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't have much of a childhood either. And I definitely wasn't given much in the way of life skills. Our schools aren't really meant for teaching that, and my parents were mostly absent from my life. But no matter how awful a family may be, it's easy to feel like you owe them, or that there is nowhere else to go. Family is, after all, the closest thing to a safety net most of us will ever have experienced. Which...
I don't see what... like... obviously I don't expect his entire life story here to explain his childhood.
I kind of expected he would give it to us though, just because of him bringing it in to how he related to her and everything. I figured he would talk about it more than just super vague, broad strokes.
Yeah.
It's just a massive projection of like the only reason he likes the show is because I can relate to that. Like never mind the actual quality of the show, so long as that's relatable. Like as long as that's there, that's enough for some of these people.
Is he just kind of saying he grew up middle class? That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah. Kind of. I am the real Vincent Martin, Creetosis. Okay, then, say something only the real Vincent Martin would. It has to be something extraordinarily retarded, because that's something only Vincent Martin would say.
This makes it easier to consider letting go of family you grew up with. Who doesn't want to feel safe? But sometimes it's the only choice that gives us a chance. Of course, sometimes we don't even get that choice. Just being ourselves could mean being disowned.
What? Why are you showing useless? He rightfully deserves being disowned. Holy shit!
There's a difference between just being yourself and being an utter incompetent, aggressive fuck up.
Who has an insane ego problem? Because remember, he uses the fact that his father's a high-ranking member of the syndicate constantly.
But
holy shit.
Again, also fucking over the syndicate's very important business dealings and everything. Like, this isn't a matter of just, Vicious was treated poorly for just being himself. No, he's a fucking terrible person all the way around.
Yeah, he really is.
God.
Like, unironically, the good outcome for this would have been for Feckless to execute Useless when he was asked.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, I think genuinely everybody, the entire syndicate, everything would have gone better.
Well, 6 years ago, I realized that my family, that it was okay to not put up with how I had been treated all my life. Unfortunately, putting up boundaries went about as well as...
I like how he uses that footage, and it just has, like, horribly violent implications.
Yeah.
I learned to not put up with the way I've been treated all my life, as fucking bloody Vicious is killing people. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't like being the person who's like, "Oh, you weren't mistreated when you were a kid," like because that shit does happen.
I'm not saying he wasn't mistreated.
Yeah, it does happen, but I don't know. I just feel like this weird reach of, this means that the show is good because it relates to me personally. It's like, it's okay if you like it for a personal reason, but to then argue that, that also means that quality-wise, it's a good show simply because I personally have an attachment to it because of this weird thing that I attached to it. That is, the show's not even actually about family. I made it about that because it's what I wanted it to be. So that's why it's good. It's like, I'm sorry. It's like, if you want to like it for that reason, if that's the stuff you want to draw from it, that's totally fine. But to then argue that, but it's actually a good show and you should give it more, you should appreciate it more. Fuck no. It's a bad show. It's awful. It doesn't deserve any appreciation. And it 100% deserved to have gotten canceled.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The only shame of is that it made it as far as it did before it was canceled.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't see what any relevance, like, any of his personal life has to this show at all. And talking about this show. This absolutely feels like a, feels over reels type video. It made me feel something, therefore good. And as Duncan McCockiner says in chat, He seems to be projecting a lot of unresolved personal issues onto things they don't really relate to. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
As it did in the Syndicate. We didn't quite have assassins sent after us, and I don't want to get into all the details, but my wife and I did not feel we or our kids were safe where we were, so we needed to move. We basically reset our lives. We took a huge loss on our house, as well as leaving almost all of our possessions behind to move across the country.
Okay, what does this have to do with the show? I'm sorry. Like, this is sad and all, but
Well, it's not even
I
sad
don't.
to me. I'm just more annoyed.
I was being facetious, but
Fair.
I just don't get how this in any way correlates with the
show
quality
being
of the
good.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get
'Cause
what this has to do with
This
anything.
does just come off as cheap manipulation. That's
Because-
all it is. It just seems
Yeah.
like, oh, here's my pity party. That's why you should believe me.
Because that's
Like,
the
I
thing
could do
is,
this. Go ahead.
Yeah, you could do this with any piece of media where something will kind of, sort of, maybe possibly be similar to something someone has dealt with, and that therefore means that it's deep and well done and it's good or something. Like, no.
Yeah, I could do this with literally anything, and I could constantly talk about, my past and everything, because I've talked a bit about it on here. People know how fucked up my childhood has been and how fucking dire my life has been recently. But I don't feel the need to try and use it as some like cheap manipulative tactic of, oh, this is actually really good, or I actually understand more than you do because I had these experiences. It doesn't mean shit. It literally doesn't mean fucking anything. And I hate when people use this shit as like some sort of manipulative tool of, oh, I had a bad past, so I'm more qualified to understand this thing, or this actually means that this product is actually good because I can connect to it. It doesn't mean any of that. It literally means fucking nothing. If you think that you're a better person or a smarter person because you had a fucked up childhood, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Literally anyone could do this shit. We have all had our sad stories. Men the fuck up. Stiff the lip and move on. Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't. I hate this shit.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a single person that can say that their life was perfect from the word go. Like, Jesus.
Yeah.
You've all had struggles and problems. You've all had fights with people you thought were friends. You've all been stabbed in the back, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It's fucking life.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't see... Generally, I don't see why personal experiences should play into, like, media analysis or criticism. Like, if you do find personal meaning in it, then sure, fine, whatever, that's great. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But, like, the title of this video is Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is good, actually. And the thumbnail says Wanted, second season. How does your childhood being shitty and you having to abandon your house and, like, move across the country, how does that mean the show is good? Because you can relate to some stuff in it.
Yeah.
Because, when I do my videos talking about Fallout or Saints Row or whatever else, like, none of my personal history plays a factor into that because it doesn't fucking matter. If I was bullied in school, that doesn't therefore mean, oh, I can relate with the Lone Wanderer in Fallout 3 because I was bullied a little bit in school, and so was the Lone Wanderer in the Vault. That means the opening to Fallout 3 is actually really good. Like, no! Fuck off!
Yeah, I hate this shit. It's the equivalent of saying like, oh, The Room is actually a great movie because I can totally relate to Tommy's plights in the film. Like, fuck off. Like, no, fuck off. That ain't how that works.
Yeah, exactly.
The Room is a great movie, though. I mean, in the sense that it's so bad it's good, yeah, but it's
Yeah,
not
sure.
a good film quality wise.
It's like Birdemic. Birdemic is so bad it's good.
Yeah.
But mechanical Numbaria, whatever. Such when they add water to Call of Duty, I sleep. Such when they add smoke to CS:GO 2. Real shit? No, it's not. One, it's not CS:GO 2. It's Counter Strike 2, and also it's actual volumetric smoke that reacts to the environment and through things happening to it, which is really fucking amazing, honestly.
Yeah, that smoke stuff that they were showing off, like the fact that you could shoot through it or disperse it with grenades, like that's going to completely change how people play the game. And
Yeah,
you're not going to be able to just perfectly smoke off areas to get the diffuse anymore. You're going to have to actually work around it.
No more one-way smokes, where smoke is only renders because of a bug of how the seams in the world are put together. None of that anymore. It's everybody will see the exact same thing. That's so fucking good.
Yeah, exactly. And
again, grenades
the fact that it
a utility now, so we're gonna see a lot more grenades, not just for throwing spam out, but for actually like actually clearing smokes to clear sight lines.
Yeah. And the way that the smoke can actually like fill in spaces that are like shaped now.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be interesting. Like there's all kinds of shit you're going to be able to do with it. And it's just like, oh, I can't wait.
Yep. I'm just waiting for Valve's announcement of Team Fortress and Source 2. Come on. I want to call it Team Fortress 3, but come on, put Team Fortress and Source 2, please.
Yeah, seriously, that'd be awesome.
$5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. I was bullied at school, so I can relate to Team Star being a child gang. Team Star needs to be fucking eradicated. I don't mean like just ending their gay little gang. I mean like, you know.
Yeah. TF2's gonna die. Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, sure.
I
okay.
doubt that's happening because Team Fortress 2 continues to be like really fucking big.
Yeah, that's the thing is I keep hearing that. Everyone keeps saying, "Oh, well, TF2 is going to die." I remember when people were saying that when Overwatch came out. Oh my god, did that not age well?
Overwatch is going to kill TF2. It's like
no.
I remember 10 years ago when TF2 is totally dying, guys. It won't last much longer now.
Yeah. And now it's like, oh, but the bots, guys, the bots, they've actually dealt with the bots quite well. The community support, that's the thing. The game has good community support. They fix a lot of the issues. So it's just going to keep going. So long as they have a community there, the game is just going to keep existing.
Team Fortress 2 has 100,000 players right now. Wow.
Yeah. It's not going to fucking die anytime soon. It'll probably be another decade before that game completely dies.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because honestly, what'll probably happen is if Valve doesn't do it themselves, which I feel like Valve will do it. Again, Valve's policy of the company can work on what they find interesting. Sure, it'll sometimes leave different games being not supported for a while, or they won't have as much support. But then you'll have them actually come in when there's something new, and Source 2 is new. That is genuinely really fucking good. But if Valve doesn't do it, the fucking community is going to absolutely port Team Fortress 2 over to Source 2. You have the community that ported Team Fortress Classic into Source, for God's sake.
You also have the community that fucking remade Black Mesa from the ground up. Like, all new models and voices and everything. Sorry, remade Half-Life 1. Because the remake is Black Mesa. Like, that is incredibly fucking impressive. What they did.
Yeah.
And I can imagine the Team Fortress community... Like, there's probably a lot of crossover between those two games, but I can imagine the Team Fortress 2 community doing something equally as fucking insane.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, they've already been doing it. The fucking Saxton Hale game mode, bringing Team Fortress Classic into TF2, like full on programming in the VIP game mode, everything.
You're not wrong, though. They did remake Black Mesa as well, because they had to scrap and start fresh twice. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well-
TF2 will die when everyone says it'll last forever. Yeah. Once the moment everyone says that it will actually last forever, that's when it will finally die.
Yeah, the Cosmos will be like, nah, fuck you.
We did it. We found the one thing that will last forever. And then immediately the next day, it'll all go down.
Yeah.
Speaking of Overwatch, though, I noticed the other day that they were doing a cross-promotional thing where there was a bunch of One Punch Man costumes for some of the characters. So it's like, wow, I wish I could have been in a game I cared about.
Yeah.
Fucking Overwatch 2.
God,
Yeah. Holy shit.
Overwatch 1 already was just shit, but then
I don't think it
Overwatch
was
2.
I don't think it was shit. I think it was mediocre.
I think
Which
it was.
is-
I
Which I
thought
think
it was
is kind
okay.
of worse.
I
in a
was
way.
almost about to say that, Setch, too.
Yeah.
Because it's like you copied from Team Fortress 2. Like that's not up for debate. It's clear that Blizzard copied from Team Fortress 2.
Yeah, they wanted their own class-based shooter game.
Yeah. But then like you do that and don't understand why Valve made the things that it did. Like why they made the reasons that they did, and you obviously don't have the community fucking support. Like Blizzard are infamous for being terrible with community support.
Remember how Warcraft 3 had an amazing amount of community maps and game modes and stuff for that game, which probably extended that game's lifespan far beyond what it normally would have had. And then they've remade Warcraft 3 incredibly shittily and said, oh, by the way, anything you make within our thing belongs to us, because they were fucking butthurt about Dota.
Yes. Dude, I love the fact that they're so fucking salty about Dota. No, we legally have the rights to Dota. No, you don't. You didn't come up with the concept. You didn't make the game mode. You didn't program any of the things. You have no right to Dota at all.
And
Thank
then
God they got their ass fucking clapped.
Then they attempted their own MOBA, and just, like, hardly anyone gave a shit about it. In fact, didn't they abandon it after, like, 2 years?
They did. But what was sad about that was that it was actually an interesting MOBA. It had interesting ideas because they weren't just trying to directly copy. They started, like, trying to come up with their own ideas and their own unique characters and everything like that. Like, there was an entire character, Abathor, who his entire thing was that you weren't playing as the character. You had to hide the character somewhere, and then you would spawn in Zerg to then play them. Like, it was a very interesting concept. There were all kinds of interesting concepts that Heroes of the Storm had. But, oh my god, their community support was terrible. Their updates took fucking ages, and Jesus Christ, they unceremoniously killed it. Like, as teams were still gearing up for the next major final, stuff like that, Blizzard was like, Blizzard was like, no, we're not going to support any of this game anymore. The esports scene is dead. Did you tell the esports team how it's happening? Because they're still getting prepared for the next major. It's like, oh no, it's dead. Holy shit, that fucked over so many people. It is crazy. Heroes of the Storm still exists, but it's there. It just exists. Yeah. That's about all you can say about it, unfortunately.
Overwatch, the first one, when it first came out, was all right. Like, it had potential, and it was kind of fun. But the problem is, their fucking updates, their attempts to balance the game, actually fucking killed it.
They had the same problem as the culling did.
Dude, the culling is tragic. Holy shit. That was such a good game when it first started, and they just fucked it over so much.
Yeah, that's basically what happened with Overwatch, where it started off pretty good. People were really enjoying it. And then as they kept adding new characters and attempting to balance the game, they basically just kept stripping it of mechanics to the point where it just became so basic and you were so limited in what you could do that you just couldn't have fun anymore. So people just stopped fucking playing it. And then to like make up for this, they were like, "Oh, well, now we're gonna do Overwatch 2," and it's literally just gonna be Overwatch 1 with like different lighting in maps, and that's about it. Like that's the only thing that changed.
Porn community.
Yeah, and we're gonna stop the porn community, the one thing that's keeping our fucking game afloat.
So there's a few things to point out. First of all, how many waifus does Team Fortress 2 have? 0. How many does Overwatch have? Several. This is proof that waifus will not save your game alone. Secondly, if your thing has a very, very healthy porn community, that's probably actually a good thing, because it shows people care about your shit.
Even if
how many
just
waifus does Team Fortress 2 have? Pyro, my beloved.
Well, people also jokingly say Miss Pauling for Miss Pauling is waifu, and of course the administrator is waifu.
Oh God.
Oh.
Yeah, and they actually go for the purple-suited old lady with a that long Cruella de Vil fucking cigarette thing.
Yeah. Yeah, whenever I think of Fempyro, I think of that fucking pyrocynical thing that happened. Oh, dude, God, I feel so bad for him. Like, dude, you should have known better.
After I watched Emesis Blue, there were the stuff on the side of Emesis Blue reactions. One of them was Pyrocynical's reaction. And he was talking about how he wanted to get a character set up so that he could like be a VTuber, but with a TF2 character, and he wanted it to be the Pyro. And then immediately in his chat they go, "Don't you remember the August incident?" He goes, "Shut the fuck up, chat! I had one good idea. Don't shit all over my good idea." Nothing happened in August. I didn't even know August was a month.
I feel like I'm missing context.
Pyro is great. I love Pyro. His videos are pretty good, especially his the ones where like he covers video games and stuff and really breaks them down. But man, that is so fucking unfortunate that Cree, do you know about like God, you probably don't. Basically, Pyro had a mod on his TF2 and he forgot to uninstall it while playing the game. And when he went to switch to Pyro, it was the massive fucking hyper Pyro with like the giant tits and ass. Yeah. And he like immediately like freaked out and like, scrolled off the character and was like, stream's over.
It's like, oops.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious. Pyro, my beloved.
$10 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Remember the Wild West fantasy I was working on? I developed it into The Witcher plus Cowboy Bebop with American monsters, bounty hunting, and hard magic system. What many suggestions could y'all give? Oh, dude, I have a setting within the book series that's kind of like that. It's not so much American style because that's not a thing in my setting. America doesn't exist in my setting. But it's that sort of like cowboys and stuff like that, and they have to go. Think of it like Hunt Showdown. The cowboys are getting paid bounties to deal with hazardous environments. In this case, it's situations where, because magic hasn't completely dried up yet, there's still magic in the world, but it's going to get into that vagaries of, is this actually magic or is this tall tales from the Wild West sort of thing? But basically, for the people actually living it, no, they're real. Like, zombies are real and stuff like that, and they have to deal with the aftermaths of this stuff. So they get paid to hunt down monsters and things like that, and to keep people safe as they try to, settle these areas. So yeah, I would just try to keep it as grounded as possible to an extent. You want to have the fantastical elements, but you want your audience to be able to understand why these elements are fantastical if they're supposed to be, right? Or why certain elements are mundane. Like, if you have magic lights everywhere, you need to emphasize the fact that it's mundane, right? You need, like, nobody bats an eye that, oh, there's a wizard going out there making sure the lights all work, stuff like that. You need to think about the consequences of having your magic system being in place. My favorite supernatural Western setting is Deadlands. I don't know if I've ever seen Deadland. Since the USA was such a failure, mankind came together and invented USB. Wow.
That's actually a good one, damn.
Yeah, that is a good one. Oh, God. That's just the basic premises. Just try to keep it grounded and make sure you actually think about what your magic system means, why your bounty hunters are doing what they're doing, and is it important? Why is it important? Why do your bounty hunters exist? Membership message, a 17-month membership message from Rage vs. Emil. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How's it going today, Stag Crew? How dumb is the video? And Creed, do you have any plans to cover any Hogwarts Legacy content or re-upload your streams?
If there's some videos that are actually either badly criticizing or badly praising Hogwarts Legacy, then yeah, we should cover that at some point.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the whole dumb fucking boycott controversy. I'm talking about this game is bad for these reasons that aren't true, or this game is good for these reasons that aren't true.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I do plan on re-uploading all the gaming streams. I really slack with that kind of stuff. I know I shouldn't, but, you know.
$5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
MMOs typically go from 4 to 8 player raids to reduce stress of one player's impact on the raid. Overwatch 2 is like, haha, tank is lonely. Dude, man, think about MMOs. My pipe dream, if I had a ton of money, I would buy the Secret World from Funcom. I'd take Secret World from Funcom. I would kill Secret World Legends in a heartbeat. I'd bring the old Secret World back, and I'd pay for development teams to have them port to a new fucking engine. God, the original Secret World is so good. It is so fucking good. $2 from Lantern's Glow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't write Light Lark, basically. I don't know what Light Lark is.
I heard the culling was more melee focused. If they had a way more in-depth system for the sequel, maybe it'd have survived. Or sorry, it may have survived. I wouldn't say that the culling was melee focused. There was lots of ways to kill people, including like constructing traps and stuff.
Yeah, traps were some of the most effective ways to kill people, honestly.
The problem with the culling is that they
started looking a little too hard at PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. They started trying to do that more and more and more, and it just fucking killed it. Because
that was part of it, but they also balanced it to death, where they keep tweaking stuff until it makes everything fucking unfun. And then, rather than trying to go back or salvage it or fix it, they decided, oh, we're gonna make the culling too, which was absolute utter dog shit, even worse.
Yeah. It was so fucking sad. The second one, it became the PUBG clone, absolutely. But that's what I mean. They started looking too hard at PUBG. And then people just got, well, why would we play an inferior PUBG when we have PUBG? Right?
Yeah.
It was the same thing with H1Z1. H1Z1 was out before PUBG. This is the annoying thing about people that think PUBG invented Battle Royales or some fucking nonsense. But H1Z1 was PUBG before PUBG existed.
And also, the culling was out before PUBG, too.
Yes. It's just that PUBG became the popularizer, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. And so many people can't separate that. It's like, oh no, PUBG was the first. No, it wasn't. Battle Royales, multiple, existed long before PUBG.
I still never got that, how people could think that that was the first one. Because I remember when PUBG first came out, everyone was saying, like, oh, it's basically just a really updated H1Z1.
Yeah.
Like, that's what everyone was saying. But then, like, a couple of years after that, it became, oh, well, this was the first.
Yeah,
it was literally known as being the H1Z1 clone. How the fuck is it the first?
People do that all the time. People just constantly do that all the time, and it fucking annoys me.
Yeah, I can't stand that shit. It's like literally
how
everyone.
like how Digimon was a Pokemon clone, even though Digimon came out first in Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were honestly close enough to each other that I don't think one was a copy of the other.
Oh
I
yeah,
really
for
don't.
sure.
I genuinely think they came up with the idea separate of each other because it's a good idea. Yeah, Team Fortress 2, the Overwatch clone. Oh my god, you will not believe people that actively say that.
Yeah, people are stupid.
Just got from Alabama says. Just got from Alabama says at Setch, would dual volcanic pistols count as grounded? I mean, I wouldn't see why not. Volcanic pistols are pretty interesting though, but I don't know why you would do dual volcanic pistols.
More ammo, more bullets.
Fair, but I wouldn't want to bother with that system. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Anyways, should we maybe get back to this wonderful video?
I will say one thing because Lantern's Glow clarified what they said in a super chat real quick. Light Lark is a shitty book talk book written by Alex Astor with a fantasy world so nonsensical that it actively has no consistency and it's getting a sequel. Oh god. That sounds terrible.
Oof.
Right, Player Unknown had on their website the grandfather of Battle Royale. Oh, those motherfuckers. Not even.
Motherfuckers.
Yeah, not even the grandfather. You wouldn't even be the child of Battle Royale. Jesus Christ.
Anyways.
More bigger equals more Gouda.
Anyways, let's finish off this video, because we do have one very short video to cover after this, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And very and upsetting, and it actually felt really freeing also. It was like having chains that had been holding us down suddenly taken off.
You know what's cool about losing your life? You get to build a new one.
There were exciting...
See, I don't see what you losing stuff in your real life has to do with this show. I just don't. If that's personal meaning for you, then great, cool, whatever. But we're talking about why the show is good. Remember, Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is good, actually. Wanted, Season 2. But we're just getting a bunch of bullshit about your personal life that we don't care about.
Yeah. And the thing that annoys me is, like, while there is some, like, vague overlap with some of this stuff, a lot of it is just invented. But also, he's not going into detail about any of this stuff. He's just saying, oh, well, they do this in the show, so therefore it's good. Not even talking about how it's actually portrayed or whether it's written well or if any of it makes sense. It's literally, well, it partially exists within the show, so therefore it's good.
Yeah, and that comes back to what we were talking about earlier, where you could do this with any piece of media. Oh, I got bullied a little bit in school when I was a kid, therefore the writing in Fallout 3 is fucking amazing. We need a Fallout 3 Part 2 because the bullying in the birthday scene was, really good.
Yeah.
Just because I connected to it on an emotional level. God,
Yeah.
it makes me feel pathetic even saying that in a mocking way. That's how lame that is.
Yep.
Such PUBG thinks Tribes is a joke, I guess. Well, to be fair, Tribes was more team-based, too. I mean, you had the free-for-all stuff, but yeah. PUBG was originally an Arma 3 mod that popularized the idea before H1Z1. No, Battle Royale existed before the Arma 3 mods. Before Arma 3 even existed, in fact. Again, popularizing does not mean first.
First typically means first.
Absolutely.
Where we were moving to that we never would have considered before. It also opened up the possibility to really consider who I am. In the show, Faye also realizes she can be whoever she wants. She tries.
So she remains the exact same and is a fucking insufferable bitch all throughout. Good job.
Yeah.
She can be whoever she wants, and if insufferable bitch is how she's always been, she's gonna continue to be insufferable bitch.
Yeah, the characters don't change. They don't grow as characters. They never become
Pagan,
bearable.
I take issue with that. They absolutely do grow more annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, what, you didn't like Faye's final line in the shootout where she brings her ship and fucking screams at them as she starts shooting through the windows? I don't even remember what she says.
Ouch, motherfucker.
Yeah, welcome to the ouch, motherfucker. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, you don't think that was like really impressive growth of her character?
Yeah. I do agree with Bezin on this. It's a meaningless platitude. You cannot be whoever you want. I want to be a dragon and a space marine, but I can't be one. Yeah. Can't be whoever or whatever you want. That's not how fucking reality works.
Well, you can be with a couple extra mental conditions.
With a couple of invasive surgeries that will scar you for life, you could.
And you will have to pay for things for the rest of your life as a permanent victim to the system.
Not quite what I meant, but sure.
But even then, you won't be a real one.
We almost had an episode without
almost, but not today. Let us continue.
God, this zoom in on her lips. It looks like she's gonna say Rosebud.
Shit, I just read this other one. With dementia, everything is a new experience.
Oh.
Tries on to see what really feels like her.
Hello, my name is Kathy.
Kathy?
Even though she decides to stick with the name Faye Valentine, it's important to know it is her choice. She begins to explore who she really is and discover there are other possibilities.
I've been spending way too much time limiting myself. Life's a buffet.
I don't think I ever would have felt comfortable coming out as non-binary to my family of origin.
Oh no.
My God, he's one of those!
Oh, I was actually reading chat. I did not hear what he fucking said. What?
He said, I don't know if I would be comfortable coming out as non-binary to my family of origin.
Oh my God.
He's one of those!
Oh my God.
He's one of those! Holy
Fuck
shit.
off. Again, I hate this kind of manipulative bullshit. It's like, okay.
So I guarantee you, his family was a traditional loving family, and he was the shithead. I guarantee you now.
Probably.
He was the piece of shit that made all the demands and threw temper tantrums he didn't get his way. I guarantee it.
No wonder they want nothing to do with you. Damn.
Oh my God.
It's annoying because it's like that probably is the case, but the fact that I have to say that is really fucking sad because it's like that isn't always the case. You do have I experienced that shit where
yes,
I
it for sure.
Like I've always been gay. Like I've always known that I was gay. Like ever since I hit puberty, and and like had attractions. I've had attractions to gay people or to men. And
I always knew I was gay. I had attractions to gay people.
But well, I mean, true. I mean, I'm not really super attracted to straight men because I know that they're not into me. So
see, that's usually the weird thing. It's usually the gay people are attracted to the straights because they can't have them, and it's kind of like the forbidden fruit thing.
Kinda. I always found that weird. I find it creepy. I don't like that. But yeah, no, I was not treated very well. My father fucking hated it. Oh my God, when he found out I was fucking gay, he fucking lost his shit. I don't want to go too much into it, but yeah, I got fucking I got a lot of beatings. I was very much the it was very much the you're like I'm gonna fix you sort of thing. Like you're gonna be a man sort of thing, kind of shit. And it fucking sucks. But at the same time, it's like so many people nowadays, especially whenever they bring up like, oh, my family just didn't accept me and shit, it's almost always I was just a fucking like
Total piece of
yeah, I was just a piece of shit who
scumbag,
constantly made
narcissist, full of yourself, demanding that the entire world bend to your whims.
yeah, I'm gonna demand things of them that are completely unfair all the time, and when they don't give in to my demands, I'm gonna scream and complain homophobia and abuse and just everything like that. And it's like, oh my god, fuck off.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that that's what it's become, because that used to not be the case. It used to be like back in the 90s, it was like if somebody told you their story about like, you know, coming out to their parents and like the resulting backlash that had, it was usually true, and it was usually they were the victims. But nowadays, like modern day, no.
Yeah, absolutely
it's
not.
extremely rare.
I disapprove of homosexuality, but I wouldn't love my child any less over it like that. That's just dumb. Yeah, it's like how, Such and Pagan here disapprove of Canadians, but they don't, like me any less because of it.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
We don't actively invade you yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted them to walk on eggshells 24/7, and they couldn't accept that part of me. Yeah, that's like
yeah.
Of everything we find, that's 99.9% the case these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there
especially when they consider
there have been
it's
go ahead.
I was gonna say it's what they consider like abuse and shit that annoys me, because it's like back in the day it was actually getting hit, being forced to do things that you weren't comfortable with, all that kind of stuff. But nowadays it's literally just, oh well, I don't really approve of, you know, like that lifestyle, but I'm not gonna like hate you or anything for, or like I'm not gonna force you to do anything, or I'm not gonna attack you for it and stuff like that. And they consider that abuse because they have their own beliefs and opinions, and it's just like, oh my fucking god, you goddamn snowflake, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because it's not like back in the olden days of the 1950s and 60s and stuff, where like some kids would actually get sent off to camps to like straighten them out, literally.
Yeah, the pray away the gay camps, stuff like that.
Yeah, because that
and those
shit
were
was
usually
actually
horrifically abusive places.
Yeah, nowadays it's literally just, if you disagree with me or if you don't 100% accept me and praise me, you're literally abusing me. And it's like, fuck off. I hate that shit so much. It's like,
and
if
again,
they're willing to let you live your life and not like, you know, force themselves into it in a way that hurts you, who fucking cares?
Yeah,
who cares?
Did they kick you out? Did they take away all your stuff? Do they break everything in front of you? Do they beat you every night? Oh no, they just told you to stop being a fuck up? Oh no, how abusive.
Yeah, and again, that's not to say that the really bad stuff doesn't happen at all. There are people who do still have to deal with that, but it's nowhere near the levels of that it was like 60 years ago.
Yeah, that's my thing, is like, it's changed so much and it's so rare that when I see people trying to act like noble activists and stuff like that, you know, where they think that they're like the hero and shit like that, and it's like, I'm sorry, you're way too fucking late. You're way too fucking late. It's so accepted in the US now that you just don't get those kind of cases anymore. So you have to like invent shit, or like take the most benign disagreements and turn them into abuse in order to make yourself feel like you're accomplishing something. And I hate that shit. It's like, it's too late. Like, I'm sorry, but you missed your chance. That shit is long over.
Again, it's just people that just want to be professional victims. That's all they want. They want to be pitied because it'll get them free stuff, or they think their life will be easier and stuff like that if they're pitied.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I can't stand is, like I said, you know, people using their past of like abuse and stuff like that as their crutch. It's literally their personality, where that's all they could talk about, and they expect you to care 100% of the time. And it's like, you shouldn't even be bringing it up, like, really, unless it's like extremely relevant to something. You really shouldn't even really be bringing it up that much. It's why I hardly talk about it. It's like, I don't really like talking about it. It doesn't really add anything to the conversation we're currently having. I don't need to talk about all, like, I don't need to go into details about this stuff. I could, but I don't, because it's like, why bother?
Yeah.
And I just can't stand the idea that people use their, well, assuming they even had it, because a lot of the time it's made up, but assuming they even did go through it, the fact that they try to constantly bring it up and use it as a manipulative tool just annoys the fuck out of me.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not where I ever felt accepted. And that lack of acceptance, I think, contributed to...
Also, listen to the language. It's not somewhere where I felt accepted. Felt accepted. Yeah, you're one of those pathetic pieces of shit. You really are.
Well, here's the thing, too, is that some parents can be really weird about stuff where, like, they'll still consider you part of the family, but they won't, like, be approving or accepting of your career choice or your partner, even if you are straight. Like, there's plenty of instances of the parent hating their daughter's boyfriend or their son's girlfriend or whatever. There's, like, not... People aren't obligated to accept every part of who you are. Something you just gotta deal with because it's life.
Yeah.
Yep.
For example, I don't accept that such things, snakes aren't lizards, but
They
he's
are.
still my friend.
Stop it.
to me about my identity much at all. I was too busy trying to play the role everyone else wanted me to be. It's a difficult thing to put into words because
I want to point out that he's been fucking rambling for several minutes now about his life,
Himself.
his family, like, just him pure. Like, this is a 12-minute and 28-second video, and about a quarter of it is him going on about his life.
Yeah.
Which has
woe is me
nothing to
nonsense.
do with the fucking show. This would be like... I don't know. I was going to try and come up with an example, but I realize I don't even need to. Methinks this is the real reason he made the video. Nothing to do with Bebop. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Like, it doesn't feel like this was meant to be about actually showing why Bebop was good, which God knows it's not. It feels like it was literally just a event video so he could talk about, oh, I can, woe is me, I can talk about my past and how I came out to my parents as non-binary when I was already a grown man who was married, and I was afraid of what they would think and shit like that. It's like, oh my God, dude.
Also,
You should have just made a video.
Non-binary in general annoys the piss out of me too.
Yeah.
Also,
So fuck.
didn't he say he had a wife in his own house? How much do you need your parents' approval at that point? Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like, you came out as non-binary when you were already a grown man with a wife,
And children.
and somehow, and then you're gonna act like, oh, that's trauma to you because if they didn't accept you, it's like, oh, that's traumatic. Like, you're a grown ass man and you can't accept that. Oh, my parents don't don't believe in the whole non-binary thing, and they're not going to accept that with me. It's like, oh, that's so horrible. Oh no, what am I going to do with my, they're going to kick me out of the house I don't live in. It's just so stupid. I just find this whole thing just extremely manipulative and kind of, well, I was going to say pointless and off topic, but I think that really is the topic of the video, was just so he could talk about that and not actually Bebop Flicks. I think Bebop Flicks is more of the off-topic thing here.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, or at this point, that's what it feels like.
It really does.
I guess we have to hear more of his sob story. I can't wait to hear that.
I don't think it was something that was bothering me before. It's not like I hated my name or anything about myself exactly, but when I took up the name Willow and heard people call me that, I felt joy. I looked in a mirror.
Oh my
What?
god.
Oh my god, dude, you're pathetic. Like, I'm
Talk
sorry, but
about
this
the
is just
show.
pathetic.
God, can we get to the point where your video is supposed to be about fucking Netflix's Cowboy Bebop is good actually?
Yeah, seriously. When I picked this fucking video out, I didn't know it was going to turn into a fucking me sob story. I thought it was going to be actual fucking
Especially from one of those
shit
fucking,
takes about why this show is good.
especially from one of those pathetic non-binary fucking weirdos, those fucking losers.
He didn't like the name his parents gave him, so he picked his own name and likes it. No fucking duh.
Yeah, I'd be hard
Yeah.
pressed for somebody to choose their own fucking name and then they pick a fucking dud. Granted, that is kind of the joke in Deadpool 2 with fucking Fire Hands. Or sorry, Fire Fist, and Deadpool like makes fun of him.
Yeah, but
for
that's
it
a
all the time.
joke.
Yeah. But again, that's what it's supposed to be played off as a joke, which Jesus Christ. Non-binary stage 2 dementia, denial of reality. Yeah. Hey, this rest of this video might be about his sob story, about his pathetic life.
It seems like it might be. We've got like 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Mirror changes I had made, and for the first time ever, it looked like me. It's hard to notice the absence of a positive feeling, because how do you know if something is missing if you've never actually experienced it?
Oh my
I'm not done
god.
figuring
Oh my
stuff out.
god.
Never had
How
any
do you
positivity
know?
in his life. Jesus.
How do you know if you're sad if you've never actually experienced happiness before in your entire life? That's how sad my life is, guys. I've never experienced happiness in my entire life until I changed my name.
Yep.
Fuck
Holy
off. This is so fucking bullshit. I don't even believe half the shit this dude said now.
Also, Willow is a lame name. Willow is a great name if you're a midget. Oh my
Hearing Willow
god.
just reminds me of the original movie, and then how it apparently
How they
got
fucked it over.
butchered super fucking hard in the remake.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
God, I'm so tempted to skip ahead, just to see if he's still fucking crying about himself 2 minutes from now.
Nah, we're almost near the end. We'll power through his fucking pity story.
Yeah.
No, this man doesn't need a therapist. Less people need therapists. Because therapists, well, one, they're a bunch of fucking frauds and shysters to begin with. But two, they can't actually provide you therapy, otherwise they'll lose their license.
Oh.
Yeah, so they can't tell people that, no, you don't have gender dysphoria. If you actually say that, they lose their fucking license.
Yeah, so this isn't us saying don't get therapy. There is definitely times where you do need therapy, but when it comes to like this kind of stuff where non-binary, trans, gay, any of that kind of stuff, they cannot legally tell you that you're wrong.
Yeah.
They
can't
cannot
tell you
do that.
you're full of shit, you're just projecting, you're confused. They can't tell you that stuff.
Yeah,
Or
no,
they
they
will
legally
lose their
cannot
license.
tell you. Yeah, they will lose their license if they say that, so they cannot tell you that. So they can actually exacerbate the problem and make it worse.
Oh, yeah. And what's even worse is that the medical industry knows this, and they exploit that fact. That's why they tell people to go to a therapist, because the therapist has to keep their license, reinforce your delusions.
I never will be. Honestly, I find that really exciting. Seeing a character like Faye that I can relate to with all of this really meant a lot. Faye started with nothing.
No one to lean on. No one to be loved by.
That's
And
fucking...
she finds family in the crew of the Bebop.
Oh,
Faye may not have money.
God. It... Like, I don't even know what to say. You know?
Yep.
It just feels like stretching still. Like, it's something we've said already a dozen times, but you can't help but, like, feel the urge to say it again when you're dealing with the same shit arguments.
Your emotional connection does not mean something is good, you fucking idiot. I could have an emotional connection to a fucking bent up can because maybe in that moment I was feeling the lowest in life and I saw a dented can on the side of the road and it reminded me of myself for whatever fucking reason. That doesn't mean that that dented can is suddenly a good can and all of the cans should be measured against it.
Yeah.
You will never be a
I
real
guarantee
Willow.
this fucking idiot went to college. I guarantee this dumbass did.
Oh, that comment. You will never be a real Willow.
Much. He has Spike and Jet. So while sometimes I feel lonely because I was outcast and I don't have many connections now,
bullshit.
The people I do know mean the world to me. I'll take them any day over the false sense of safety I had before. It's
also this fucking music.
Oh my
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Yeah, the generic fucking music. Still not talking about the how long is this now? Like, actual video time.
Well, we know it's at least been 3.5 minutes of him just talking about himself.
It feels like more. It feels like so much more.
Yeah, it feels like it's been like over 5 minutes now.
Honestly,
it might actually be half the video.
The entire thing was, thinly veiled to just talk all about himself.
Yeah, but I mean, he dropped the veil several minutes. Like, it might actually be half of the video. He's just purely talking about himself.
Also, no, this guy did not watch the original. He admits that at the very start, that he didn't watch. He doesn't know anything about the original whatsoever.
Yeah, he wanted to come into this blind, so he wasn't biased because of the original.
Yeah. And again, even if you go into this blind, this is some fucking dog shit. It's just that if you know the original, you realize how much worse it is.
Yeah.
I like how that whole pretense is included of, oh yeah, I went into this blind so I would have a more fair opinion of this TV show and not be biased because of the... And then he just, for half his fucking video, he doesn't even talk about the show.
Oh my God, you're
he's
right.
talking about his direct bias because it reminded him of his pathetic life.
Yeah, I didn't even
totally
think
made up
about that.
himself.
Yeah, you're right. He did. Because at the beginning, he literally tries to paint it as, oh, well, I wasn't biased because I didn't watch the original. So I'm going into this completely blind. And then, like you said, yeah, spends half the video literally talking about how he likes it because of a bias thing where, oh, but this relates to my life in a really, like, vague way.
Also, I gotta agree with Bezin here. Bezin says people like this get emotional trauma from wind blowing a bit too hard.
Yeah.
Any Biz also as well. I bet he's gonna. People hate this show. It's an insult to me now. Yeah, it seems like that this fucking loser probably tied his self-worth into this dog shit show.
Here's a pro tip to everyone out there. Don't tie your self-worth to a product.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Not even good ones. Like, even if you think it's like a masterpiece and people agree with you, don't tie your fucking personality and self-worth to that.
Again, Control is one of my favorite video games of all time. I'm not tying my fucking self-worth to it. I'll just have to ask people like, no, Control shit. I'll be like, okay, why? But otherwise, I'm not gonna tie my fucking self-worth into it. Holy shit, it's just a fucking video game. It's just a really good one. Unless you made it yourself. No, even there, you should divorce yourself of your work as well. Because you are going to know, like, the ins and outs of the storyline that a lot of people, other people might not know. You're going to know the ins and outs of the mechanics that the people are going to need to struggle with and learn. So you need to divorce yourself. Again, before, oh my god, what was it? Holy shit, my brain has finally wiped it from my memory. The fucking retards that talked about you're sitting there and suddenly, bam, you're a Nazi. You didn't ask for this.
Extra credits.
Extra credits. Yeah, before extra credits went full fucking stupid, right? Before they went absolutely insane. They had a great moment of them talking about going to a studio, and the studio, because they had been so used to it, they triple pressed the I button to bring up the inventory. And they were so used to that. And they're like, okay, that's really stupid. And that would be a valid criticism. Like, that's incredibly stupid and unintuitive. But the dev studio was so fucking used to it, they didn't even think about it for a second. They didn't even think, it didn't even register to their mind. So again, you need to actually separate yourself from your created works, because you're going to have those insider knowledge and ideas. You're going to know where things are going to go. You're going to know exactly how all the mechanics work out of the gate that new people coming in aren't going to know. They aren't going to know how your mechanics work. They aren't going to know where the story's going to go. They aren't going to know all the subtleties that you maybe have set up there. So you need to be able to divorce yourself from your work. Don't tie your self-worth into it.
Yeah. You're sitting there, and you didn't ask for it, but bam! Lizards are property. Oh!
Nope.
I know Officer Hot Pants is shitposting here, but guys, New Vegas? New Vegas isn't even my favorite Fallout game, let alone my favorite game. I do not tie any of my self-worth into it.
Yeah.
I don't know, we seem to do pretty well at, like, not constantly bringing it up when covering stuff that isn't related to Fallout. We do sometimes, like, we do sometimes bring it up, like, as an example.
Yeah, because there are good examples in New Vegas of how to do things right. But more often, I bring up Fallout 3 and 4 as bad examples, like examples of bad things, because they're just more relevant to this, the discussions usually. Like my example earlier of, oh, I was bullied, so the bullying scene in Fallout 3 is now good, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like,
by extension, therefore, Fallout 3 is good. It's just like...
Yeah. I personally, like, I am way more invested with, like, you know, Gen 4 of My Little Pony. Like, I could totally throw, like, my self-worth into that if I wanted to, but do you notice how little I bring it up on the actual stags? Like, I bring it up, like, maybe
it's only
once.
Every stag.
Yeah, only every stag. Only every other stag.
Yep,
no.
once a stag, every time.
I bring it up every single time Pagan opens its mouth, it's something to do with Cartoon Horse Show.
No, fuck off.
Yes.
I bring it up maybe like once every 4 months. Fuck
Preach,
off.
speaks the truth. You cannot deny the truth.
He can't stop talking about it ever.
Yeah, totally. It's all I ever talk about.
Half the jokes we made, like, in Chill's voice last night was pony stuff, because Pagan was saying pony stuff in Chill's voice.
Bullshit! No, it was not. You fucking liar! You're gonna make people actually believe that shit. Don't even.
And he was disappointed that there weren't any ponies in the videos.
Yep.
His name is an acronym. Ponies are God. Always watching. Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, what?
What was that last? What did it?
Yeah, where'd you get the watching?
Paga. Paga. Oh my god, it's Copla, but it's the fucking pony version. Paga.
You fucked up, Officer Hot Pants. We're gonna strip you of your rank and title now.
Yeah.
This is what we're gonna base everything off of from now on with you.
Yeah, it should be ponies. Ponies are God, always nagging, or always neighing,
or always nearby.
Yeah. The chance of being killed by a horse is slow, but never zero.
I thought you said is slow, not is
no,
low.
Is low.
Is low.
Yeah.
But never zero.
God damn it,
Technically, the chance to be killed by ducks is low, but never zero. Vicious little fucks they are.
God damn it, I'm adding Willow to every acronym now.
Oh, no.
Label him. Chat, everyone, label him.
Label.
There's a feature I want for YouTube. If there's certain regular chat members, you should be able to give them a little title that you like dictate what their title is.
Well, there's a VIP system on Twitch, which I wish they would bring over here.
Difficult, Faye, that you were starting life really late. But as Faye's younger self says,
it's gonna be alright. Today you are who you are today. You're not perfect, but you got a lot to give, so always remember, I'm rooting for your future self.
Oh my god.
And
I mean,
shows
I'm glad.
off Mad Period, the episode of Mad Period. Oh god.
I don't know. I'm just kind of blown away that a video about why this media is totally good, guys, trust me, was half like, here's my sad personal story of just utter bullshit.
And
like,
my
what?
total inane connection to the worst written character in the entire show. With awful philosophical moral questions placed in.
Like, he barely talked about the show, and now we're at the conclusion. The conclusion is that
the Cowboy
Netflix is all
Cowboy
about
Bebop's
family,
about family. Yeah.
And that makes me feel things, and that's why we should get a second season.
Yep.
Okay.
My emotionally stunted and dead heart, because I'm a pathetic leftoid NPC, was beat for 1 second. Oh, we need another season. I need to get my fix.
How about no?
The worst written character in the show was Ed.
We barely see Ed. Ed doesn't have enough time to be the worst written character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't write Ed, they butchered her. Oh yeah, what little we got of her was a butchering, but there's just not enough substance there to say that, like, she's the worst.
The Butterfly Man.
Which she shouldn't even fucking know, because you see the butterflies when you're infected.
Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. Oh, I hate it. Which, if they had actually gotten a chance to make that fucking episode, they would have had him do some bullshit where, like, oh, the explosions cause, like, sparks that look like butterflies, and that's why he calls himself the Butterfly Man, or some gay shit like that. That's what they would have done.
Yeah, I
still don't get how the Teddy Bomber, like, was angel halos. Like, what?
Remember how shittily those effects were superimposed over, like, actual demolition footage?
Yes! Oh my god. Shit that fucking, like, amateur filmmakers can do better.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
It wasn't an episode, it was a movie, wasn't it? The original was, but they made it clear that they were going to adapt the movie into the Netflix show.
Yep.
The worst is feckless and useless. Yeah, probably. They probably are the worst. Because as annoying as Faye is, like, I just can't ignore the amount of damage done to Spike and Vicious.
Yeah, I think Vicious was done the worst. Like, they just completely ruined his fucking character.
Yeah. Yeah, turning him cold, calculated, smart, very competent villain.
Into a literal fucking clown.
Into an actual cuckold, and that being, like, the entire premise of the plot. Like, holy shit, man.
Yeah. God, fucking... Oh my god, Vicious, Grin... Julia, all of them ruined.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single character that came out of this unscathed from the original.
Well, we thought the dog was unscathed until they had built a fucking projector into the dog, so Mad Period can talk through him. Like, what?
Yeah.
And then they abandon the dog.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they just leave the fucking dog. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Julia barely appears and they ruined her. I don't know how they managed it, but they did.
Actually, she doesn't barely appear. I think she appears in every episode, for even like if they're short. But wait, no. The first episode she doesn't show up, and she might not show up in the second. But she does actually get a decent amount of screen time. And like she's still with Vicious, but then they build her into like the secret mastermind that's making all the plans, and then they just turn her into the villain.
Yeah, she just randomly becomes the villain at the end.
She's the one who throws Spike through the church window, not that he got blown out by the grenade that he threw.
Yeah, no, she shoots him in the chest and he falls out the window. And even worse, in the original, he falls out of a church and falls onto like the steps below.
Yeah.
Which it's a pretty decent fall, but you could survive it, which is why, you know, he survives it. Whereas here, it's literally a cliff that leads to like the ocean. So it's not just the length of the building. It's the length of the building plus a fucking cliff that goes all the way down to the ocean with the jagged rocks at the bottom.
Yeah.
And he somehow survives this.
We should throw every character out that window then. Break their bones across against the rocks.
Survive.
Yeah, he survives, and then he comes back to the Bebop where Jet is waiting, and Jet just basically tells him to go fuck himself and leaves.
Yeah, because now we have this bullshit conflict of Spike never told Jet he was ex-Syndicate, and that's a problem, even though he's clearly not part of the Syndicate anymore. And hasn't
clearly
been for
fighting
years.
them. Yeah, clearly fighting them. Hasn't been a part of them for years. Is in open conflict with the Syndicate, but no, because he didn't tell him that he was originally a part of it. They can't be friends.
Yep.
And Jet threatens to kill him if they ever see each other again. And I'm like, fuck off. Fuck this shit. Fuck off. I hate this. Julia's evil. Vicious is a cuck. Spike is just a boring nothing character now who's an asshole for no reason.
Too.
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
Oh, and a
Faye
psychopath. He'll just kill just because it's fun to him.
Yeah, Faye is just fucking annoying. Grin is... I don't even know where to begin with Grin, what the fuck they did with him.
Grin is not even the same character. Like,
it's remotely. Not even the same character remotely. Like, the actor that was playing him can honestly just fuck off.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you know that they're fixing the mistakes of the past?
Yeah,
oh my god.
You.
Fuck off.
There was a comment there I wanted to grab very quickly. Adapt a 1 hour plus movie into a 20-minute episode? How? The Netflix episodes weren't 20 minutes long. They ranged between like 50 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
They're most of them were around 50 minutes. Oh, hold on. That one was 40 minutes. 46. God, I hate when the thing doesn't come up to show. 42. So yeah, between 40 and 50 minutes, it seems, in most cases.
Yeah. And there was a couple of chonky ones where they were like 50 plus minutes.
Yeah, those were brutal to get through.
Yeah.
But for the most part, they were like twice the length of a normal episode from any other show.
Yeah. $5 from Elmo Bentley. Thank you. Even without the rocks there, you probably should have died from the impact of the water alone.
Yeah.
Surface tension should have cracked him up.
I just want every single character in the show to die. I want them all to die.
I just hate how like the changes they make actively hurt the show more. Yeah. Where it's like, oh, but we have to be different from the original. We can't do what the original did, so let's just do this instead. And it's like, okay, but how's he supposed to survive that? Oh, well, he just does. You can't just do that. You have to explain how he survived a fall like that. Because the way he was falling, he 100% should have hit the rocks. But no, he just lives somehow. We don't even see.
Pagan, have you ever considered that in 1977
a stormtrooper bumped their
his head?
Oh my god, I completely forgot about that. You're right. That explains everything. Holy fuck. God, I'm so stupid. I'm so sorry.
Little did we realize that stormtrooper was actually holding all of reality together. He got bumped in the noggin and it just twisted everything.
He got bumped in the head and the fabric of, like, the thread that held the fabric of reality together just exited his head forever.
Yeah.
God, I fucking hate that people actually make that goddamn argument that, oh, well, because this one goofy moment that happened because of an actual mistake that they kept in the movie because they thought it was kind of funny. Oh, well, that just means you could be goofy and silly about everything. You don't have to be consistent or serious ever.
Well, it's also that whenever something has a silly element to it, where, like, that's just, like, Saints Row is still one of the greatest examples in my mind of an entire franchise that's been flanderized, because, hey, there were some funny, silly moments here and there in Saints Row 1 and 2. Let's fucking crank it up to 11 in Saints Row 3, and then crank it up to fucking 20 in the following game.
Yeah. People still making fun of the way I say survive.
It's because you had an H in there, that's why.
I can't help it. It's part of, it just comes with the accent.
I can say survive without the H. Look,
it is very
survive.
hard for me. I have to really pronounce it out. Survive. If I do it like that, then yeah. But if I'm just like speaking normally, yeah, it comes out as survive.
Well, okay, just remember this in your mind, okay? Instead of saying survive, remember service top and then put sir.
Sir. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that does work better. Survive. Yeah, okay. You know what? I'll try and do that from now on, yeah.
There's been more character development in this episode of STAG than the entirety of Bebop Flicks.
Unironically, yes. Please don't. I love it. What if I started saying soyvive? Would that be better?
No. Hey, you're giving us fucking Hoosiers a bad name.
Hey, it's not my fault that our language is fucked.
Oh, dude, oh, you know what? Did you see CGP Grey did a rating the flags video?
No.
Oh, dude, Indiana had a great one because Indiana was coming up and it was fine. He was like, oh, "Wow, this is actually a really good flag. It's actually distinct and different. Has multiple different stars, so you can tell it apart from Alaska. You're doing a special thing with the Liberty thing. It has great meaningful symbolism to it." And then the Indiana character, because this is supposed to be like a little girls' class that's all designing the flags for their state. She walks up to the teacher's desk and he's like, "What are you doing?" And she pulls out a golden Sharpie and starts writing the word Indiana on it in tiny letters. And he looks at her and glares and goes, "You get an F."
Oh yeah, because they had to
yes,
add that.
I fucking agree. I agree so much. Get rid of Indiana off the Indiana flag, and it's actually a really good flag. Who the fuck decided that? Oh, we need to put it in not just in any letters, but really tiny letters that you won't be able to possibly fucking see when it's up on a flagpole. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's so stupid. I don't know why we did that.
That's why, again, pipe dreams. If I became governor of Indiana, one, I would arm the state guard with the fucking 20mm grenade launcher machine gun that the South Africans are developing, and two, I would put it as official mandate to strip off the word Indiana off of every fucking Indiana flag because our flag looks great without it. It's like, stop it. If you need to write your name on the flag because people won't know what the flag actually represents, if your name isn't on it, then you failed.
I can't believe Patrick Willems thinks Batman teleporting to Gotham is the same as someone walking upstairs. Actually, I just can't believe Patrick Willems. He is a very pathetic person. JXE recently did a video going over Patrick Willems' infamous Shut Up About Plot Holes video, and it is a really good video. Like, JXC's video. Go check it out. Like, seriously. I don't think... Wait, have we covered him? I can't remember if we've covered him or not, but we should.
I'm pretty sure we have.
I was going to say, I don't think we have.
But Bezin says, "Make Indiana great again. Shortened to MIGA. What up, my MIGAs?"
Oh, no. Alright, let's finish this video off and then get back to the, or sorry, not get back to, get to this other short video we'll do.
Yeah.
Netflix's live-action Cowboy Bebop meant a lot to me.
Okay.
And
Doesn't
I
mean
think
it's
there was
good.
clearly a lot of heart that went into it.
No, not at all.
It had no heart. It did
When
not
you're
have heart.
showcasing this character in particular, I don't know.
Because
okay, so
family.
Cree won't see it, but it shows the teddy bear bomber on the very next screen.
Hold
very
on,
next,
hold on, I can
frame.
fix this.
Maybe it's...
Why?
Yeah, no.
A lot
this
of
did not
heart
have
went into
heart.
this chat. A lot of heart. That's why they totally
my
butchered this
God.
fucking character and made him. He just wants to blow things up so he can get the pretty halo effect.
I like how this dude is trying to say, like, oh yeah, this corporate fucking remake that is just so shittily done and had no care or craftsmanship in it, and they clearly did not like the original.
Yeah, totally
Had-
massacred it and butchered it.
Had heart, like fuck off. It did not have heart. It's soulless corporate, just shit.
And I'm sorry that you're such a fucking NPC that you're like, oh, so much heart. But Jesus Christ, that's a you problem. If you thought that the Netflix Bebop show was good, I'm sorry, that's a you problem. You're fucked.
Yeah.
Remember, good is a qualitative statement of fact. That is an objective measure. It is not your personal fucking feelings because you're a non-binary NPC and you felt connection to Faye, therefore it's good.
Yeah, because the whole thing with good and bad is if good and bad are purely subjective, then that kind of makes them meaningless as terms. Because if I say, "Oh, this racing game is bad," well, why is it bad? Well, I don't like it because that means it's bad. But that doesn't. Because, like, I don't like racing games. That doesn't then mean, because I subjectively don't find most racing games, aside from Mario Kart, I don't find any of those racing games fun. That means they're all bad. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, did you hear that, fucking Joseph Anderson? It's not a horror game because it didn't scare you once, you dumb fuck.
Yeah. It's a ridiculous argument to make, because you could say that about anything. Oh, I don't like RPGs, therefore all RPG games are bad. No. That's dumb. No love for F-Zero, unbased. Oh, no.
Yep.
It's okay, I can fix that by just saying some incredibly racist things and I'll be based again.
$2 from Just Guy from Alabama, thank you very much. Alabama flag for the win. Simple, identifiable, near perfect. Yep. CGP Gray gives Alabama flag an A on his rating scale. A for Alabama. Now, there are some flags that are S tier, but I do also kind of agree with his reasons why they're S tier, because they're not just that simple, but they're still, like, tons of symbolism within the flag itself, while also adhering to actual good flag design, with the exception of Maryland. But he fully admits that Maryland is a mess, but there's no other flag in the world that looks like Maryland, so you always know what the Maryland flag looks like, because it's a fucking mess. So he gave Maryland flag an S rank. Yep, Texas gets an S rank as well.
It's not as good as the anime. I have no idea. But does it need to be?
It doesn't
need
to...
if you're adapting it from the anime, yes it does. It needs to, at bare minimum, be that good. That's the bare minimum standard you have.
I wouldn't necessarily say that myself. If we were to say that the original series is a 8 out of 10, I would not have a big problem if the remake series was a 7 out of 10, you know? It's not as good as the original, but at least, you know.
I would have a problem because then it's like, why the fuck did you make it? Why? What was your point and purpose?
Well,
you should be trying to go above and beyond with it.
I agree, but that's the thing, is you might not miss the mark. You don't always know that you're creating what the final result will be. Because
I'm not sure you really could hold it to the standard that Setch is saying, because if you adapt something, an animation, an animated film or a series, TV show, whatever, to live action, it's automatically going to be inferior. Because there are things that you cannot do in live action that you can do in animation that typically is portrayed in said animation.
Yeah, like, for example,
I don't think
animated characters are oftentimes far more expressive than, like, real people.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to keep
that all depends on the caliber of actor you get. I absolutely think that you could do it to that standard. That should be the base standard. Otherwise, what's the point? Why didn't you just make it animated then again?
Well, I agree with you on that. I don't think you should try to adapt animated stuff into live action. I think
Agreed.
that defeats the entire purpose of it being animated.
That's why I'm saying, like, if you're going to do it, it needs to at least be that tier. It needs to be up to that caliber.
Okay, in that sense, yes, I would agree.
That's bare minimum. If you're going to do it, then you need to, at bare minimum, meet that bar.
Yeah, but part of what I'm saying is I don't necessarily agree with that, but also, if the original is an 8 out of 10 and the remake is a 7 out of 10, I don't think that makes it bad or anything either. It just means it wasn't as good as the original.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it'd be inferior. It's lesser.
Well, to the point of
like being
by objective fact, a 7 is inferior to an 8.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, or like, I think it would be incredibly difficult for a live-action adaptation of an animation to reach the level of the animation. And I don't...
Well, difficult doesn't mean impossible.
It doesn't. But I also just think that's a really...
I think my thing is, you could make a good live-action adaptation of an animation of something that was animated, but it's just going to automatically be inferior. But it's not going to be. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be terrible. Kind of what Cree is saying.
See,
like,
I don't think it's
take something from an 8
inferior.
down to a 7 or a 6, and
see,
it's
that's
like,
where
well,
I
at least it's
disagree
still good.
with you guys on that. It's not going to be inherently inferior out of the gate. Because you can get people that are that expressive. You can get people that are that animated and moving. You wouldn't get a Al Pacino to play Spike, right? Because his expressions and everything, though he does have animated moments, a lot of his expressions come from his facial reactions and the movement of his eyes, because that's the traditional way that he was taught. But you could get someone like a Jim Carrey. I'm not saying Jim Carrey would be perfect, but someone like that who's very animated. He's very motion based. He would fit somebody like Spike a lot better.
Maybe, but then you also have like the backgrounds, the designs of the world and stuff like that, all of which is like
it's expensive. It's going to be difficult. I'm not saying it's not difficult. I'm just pointing out that it's not impossible. And if you're going to do it, then you should do it right.
Oh yeah, I agree that it should be done right. Obviously.
Yeah, I think if you are willing to put in that much effort, then yes, you could, but that's so rare.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is rare. That's why I'm saying, what is the point and purpose? If you're going to adapt it, you need to hit that bar. Otherwise, it was a fucking waste of money.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Original.
I just think that you
could my whole
make...
thing is that you can go a different direction with the remake, even if it doesn't reach the heights of the original. Because that's what we see with Bebop flicks here, where they do.
Well, that's what I mean. That's a remake, not an adaptation.
I mean, they're basically interchangeable.
No, they are not. No.
I mean, for the purposes of this, they are.
No.
It's remaking.
Not at all.
It's remaking the original stories, and it's adapting it into live action.
No, a remake is when you totally, from the ground up, redo everything. That includes making major changes to it. A remaster is closer to what you're thinking.
No, I'm talking about something this is Bebop Flicks is literally a remake adaptation.
It's an adaptation. It's
that remakes the original, retells the stories of the original in a different way.
Okay, but being an adaptation and a remake are not interchangeable.
For the purposes of this particular discussion with this show, it is.
Yeah, it is, because it's being adapted from animation to live action. It's literally being adapted.
No, that's not what... No, I agree more with what Kree's saying now. That's not what Kree's saying. I get more of what you're saying now, Kree. I get more of it. For this particular point and purpose,
I was trying to make, before we got into that little thing, Because Bebop Flicks is remaking the original Cowboy Bebop, but going a different direction with the stories, it could potentially still tell a good, entertaining story that went in a different direction, almost like an alternate universe type thing, while still not reaching that 8 out of 10 that Cowboy Bebop is.
Yeah, but then it's not an adaptation; it's a full remake.
That doesn't matter to what I'm talking about.
I know you're trying to be semantic about this for very specific.
I'm not trying to be semantic about anything.
You are.
I'm not. I'm trying.
That's why I agree with what Ben said.
Stop.
Being semantic.
Stop.
I agree with Ben.
Stop. Remake, adaptation, fucking throw them out the window. That's not what I'm talking about. They're doing a story that's been done, but changing elements to it. Like I said, like an alternate reality type thing. That could still be good, but not as good as the original. That's why I'm saying. It doesn't have to reach that 8 out of 10, or the standard that the original set.
And I never said it had to. I said if you're going to adapt it, then it needs to.
But it's still an adaptation.
No, what you're saying is a remake. They're not telling the same story. They're redoing. It's an alternate story.
Adaptations change shit all the time.
No, okay. An adaptation will need to change certain things because stuff like being able to hear inside somebody's head doesn't work in animation, or it actually works better in animation than it does in live action. But that's like a small thing to change compared to this character is now entirely different and has different motivations and they're met at a different time. That's completely fucking different.
Yeah, I'm not saying Bebop Flux is good, obviously. I'm saying it could have been done while telling a different story and still be an adaptation. Because we're still, like, we get the episode with the eco-terrorists. It's done completely differently, but it's still that episode that's being adapted and changed. That could have been done well differently from the original, but still adapting that original story.
Yeah.
But I don't get what that has to do with anything I said earlier.
Because what I was saying was, you could do an adaptation that makes changes from the original that doesn't reach that bare minimum standard of the original that you're setting.
Well, it depends on the changes, right? If it's superficial stuff like, again, in Dune, we don't hear their inner monologues. That is a change. But that's a superficial change.
Well, Badunios in chat says, is Game of Thrones an adaptation?
Yeah, Game of Thrones is an adaptation.
And
it's not a remake.
It changes significant things from the story.
Yeah.
But later on it does, absolutely. Like,
and early on,
and everything.
Arya and Tywin never interact.
Yeah, that's true.
And, like, just, there's a lot of different things that... There's a lot of aspects in the show that's very different from the books, but in those early seasons, it still tells a good story for the most part. Especially if you ignore everything they did to Stannis.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up, as long as you ignore Stannis, because, my god.
Well, again, we know that they were fucking butthurt that Stannis was so popular.
You've gone through the book several times, right, Setch?
Yeah, I'd say several times, yeah.
Can you remember... Because I went through the books the one time, and I'm partially through them the second time, but I stopped to listen to other audiobooks. The moment where Catelyn Stark talks to Robb Stark's wife, and tells her about how she prayed Jon Snow would die, and then he got sick, and then she prayed to the gods that he would recover and she would treat him as one of her own, and then he did get better and she failed to fulfill her promise to the gods. Is that in the book?
I don't remember. I don't remember if that's in the book.
Because I don't remember
that is a great moment. That is a great moment.
It is. It's a fantastic moment. And I don't think it was in the books, because I went through them trying to pay attention for that part, and it never came. From what I remember. And I was actually talking about that moment with Pagan yesterday, because we had watched it either last night or last time before that we were watching it. And that's kind of the heart of what I'm getting to here with this whole thing, is that is a fantastic moment. T-Man says no, not in the book.
Oh,
That's a fantastic moment that adds... I feel it's important, and maybe even should have been in the book, because it just adds that extra layer of character to Catelyn Stark and how she blames herself partially for everything that's happening because she failed to live up to her promise to the gods. And she hated this child, but still at his worst, when he was about to die, she deep down cared about him on some level. It's great. I love it. But it's still...
it would be even better, too, if they'd actually kept certain other aspects. I don't want to say what they are.
Yeah.
But if a certain lady had continued to be in the show...
Yeah, exactly.
Then it would have been so much more impactful.
Yeah, but
again, I don't consider that a remake. That's why I wouldn't use them interchangeably.
I said interchangeably because Bebop Flix is both a remake and an adaptation. I explained that. It's adapting it from an anime to live action, and it's remaking, like, the overall story. They're not telling... It's not an entirely new story within the universe. They're still telling, here's the Asimov episode, here's the Teddy Bear Bomber episode, here's the Eco-Terrorist episode.
Yeah, okay, so it's exactly what I said, and Seth said, fuck me, I'm wrong. No, so that is exactly what I was saying.
What? No, it wasn't.
Yes, it is! That's what I was saying!
Because, again, I'm bringing up this Game of Thrones example because it's the core of what I'm talking about here. Where
and I don't see that as being a remake. I don't see Bebop Flix as being a remake at all.
Oh my god!
You just said it is adapting and remaking!
But
no,
it's an
you're not getting away with that.
It's an adaptation that changes stuff. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, and you said it's interchangeable in this situation. It isn't. Because Bebop Flix is not a remake.
It literally is, though.
Oh, don't say remake! Wow. It is not a remake at all.
What is the definition of a remake to you?
A remake is when it's a total from the ground up retelling of everything. It's not just broad story strokes, it's everything.
So one-to-one.
Resident Evil 4 Remake is not the same as Resident Evil 4. Like, at all. You have the broad strokes of Leon needs to go save the president's daughter. And then from there, they go in a wild different direction.
So is Resident Evil 4 not a remake?
Not Remake 4, no. No, Remake 4 is a remake, as I said, because it's total wild different directions. The characters aren't in the same places. You don't meet them at the same times. They don't do the same things. They have entire new story beats added.
Then how does that not apply to Bebop Flix, which is telling, again, broad story strokes? There's the Eco-Terrorist episode, but changes everything about it.
But it's not telling the same broad strokes, because it's not telling the same story between Vicious and Spike.
Because they threw Julia in at the end to be the mastermind. Like, a lot of the major elements are still the same, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say if you consider Remake 4 to be a remake, then yeah, you would have to consider Bebop Flix a remake in the same definition. No, because
Remake 4 even goes through in gameplay mechanics and systems, like adding stealth systems in, adding the knife carry system in.
But there's no mechanics.
Yeah, those
to
are
a TV
core
show.
things that are necessary for Remake 4 to function.
Okay. Let's just say story, and just in terms of story, only story. Would you still consider it a remake?
They're not even remotely the same in either of them. Like,
okay, well then,
they're vaguely similar, but man, Remake 4 does a lot to fix the problems with Resident Evil 4 story.
Bebop Flix is vaguely similar.
I'd say Bebop Flix is way more similar because they almost require you to have the knowledge for why certain things are set up to begin with.
That doesn't change what I'm arguing, though. Like, prior knowledge of the Mad Perot episode. So, like, yeah, you know that this is going to be the Mad Period episode, and there's going to be similarities there, but, like, it's still changing those things, which would make it a remake by your definition. Again, we're getting caught up in semantics when the point I'm trying to make is that scene from Game of Thrones is a change from the original in the adaptation, and that's a really good change. The whole point I was trying to argue is that you can do a version of the story that has changes from the original that could still be good, but not meet the quality of the... Game of Thrones is actually the perfect example, because the show isn't as good as the books.
Okay. And?
Because your whole thing was that if you're going to tell the same story...
Yeah, that should be the bare minimum, and you just said the show's not as good.
So the show doesn't reach the bare minimum of the books. So what does that mean to you, then?
Yeah, that it's not a great adaptation.
But it's still good in the early seasons. For the most part.
I said if you were going to do it, you might as well do it right.
Yeah, I agree that it should be done right. I'm just saying that if we get a 7 out of 10 instead of an 8 out of 10, that I'm not gonna, like, take a big issue with that.
Yeah, and I never did!
But you're saying that should be the bare minimum.
Yeah, I said it should be the bare minimum. It should be. And again, we all agreed on that. It was like, yeah, then what was the point of doing it to begin with? If you're not going to try for that, what is the point?
The point is that you get the thing if it's good. Because the Game of Thrones show doesn't reach the levels of it as it did in the books in the early seasons. So what is the point of making it? Well, we have the show to watch now that we wouldn't have had otherwise, because they could only reach 7 out of 10 instead of 8 out of 10. I just don't... It's the whole... What's the point of doing it if you're not going to be...
I think here's the problem that you're coming up with is you're going from a book into the show. Totally entirely different mediums. I'm talking about going from an anime, which is already a visual medium, to a visual medium, just live action now.
No, I know.
So what is the point? We didn't get a show that didn't exist before. We're getting a show that has existed already, and again, there already is a better version.
The example that I used was, what if this is an alternate world version, or alternate universe, I guess, version of Cowboy Bebop, where we get a lot of the same stories, but they're told differently, but are still good. Not the actual show we got, but if it were good.
Yeah, but then I would just ask, why would it have to be an adaptation of something else then? Why wouldn't you just make your own? What was the point of you doing that?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Because what if you wanted to see... Like, you literally gave an example earlier in stream where Spike stays with the Syndicate.
Yeah, but that's something completely different. Like...
Would that not still be an adaptation? Because, like, it's the same world and characters, but things go differently?
No, because you're not adapting the thing. You're just taking the core concept of it and then changing it dramatically from there. You're making your own thing out of it. It's like fan fiction. Yeah, that's not an adaptation.
Yeah. Okay. We've been on this for a while. Let's just move on.
Yeah, I think we get this video done with. Just making sure I didn't miss any. Okay. $10 from Dilucon. Thank you. Hey Stag, have y'all watched Sodaz, well known for his 40k fan animations, Halo fan animation video? Also, do you Sodaz next project is going to be New Vegas Battles of Helios 1, NCR versus Brotherhood? I don't know who that is.
I recognize the name.
I don't know who Sodaz is.
I recognize the name. I've probably seen some of their animations before.
$5
I'll have
from...
to check that out.
Yeah.
That's easy. It's not an adaptation at all. If what I'm suggesting is not an adaptation, I know, but technically, specifically, what kind of adaptation? It's not at all.
$5 from Brother Near. Thank you. Girls, you're both pretty, but Bebop Flix is actually a recycle. It came out of a trash compactor. Yeah, Bebop Flix is absolute fucking dog shit.
Yeah,
we
it
all
is
agree on that.
genuinely awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is about as perfect of an example of a 0 out of 10 as you can possibly get.
0 of 10 would have to mean they literally didn't even film it. Like,
I mean, fair. Okay, 1 out of 10 then.
Yeah.
We got Cash Money, so
yeah, Cash Money is a character I kind of like because he has the most bare minimum level of competence in this world, which makes him fucking head and shoulders above everyone else.
Yeah, like I hated Cowboy Bebop, the Netflix Cowboy Bebop, Bebop flicks, but I still enjoyed watching Bebop flicks way more than, fucking Rings of Power. So,
well, yeah, because
I would say Rings of Power is closer to a 0 out of 10 than Bebop flicks.
Yeah, because that was the whole thing we were dealing with. It was like, fuck, Bebop Flicks is so monumentally bad. How could it get worse than this? Oh, fuck,
Yeah.
Halo is so monumentally bad that it makes Bebop Flicks look good in comparison. Oh no, Rings of Power makes Halo look good. What is happening?
Exactly.
Yeah, I can't believe Halo Flix is getting a new season, because that was so dog shit.
I can't believe it either. How the fuck are they getting a season 2?
The same way that Star Trek...
I won't have to experience any of it.
The same reason that Star Trek Discovery got, like, fucking 5 seasons.
I fucking hate it. Fucking consumers. Just gotta consume.
Yep.
From what I've heard, Picard Season 3 is actually really good. Because there's a lot of people who have been talking about it. Nerdrotic, Robert Meyer Burnett, Yellow Flash, and a bunch of others who have been enjoying it. And I actually watched the first episode yesterday, and I'm still kind of iffy on it after that first episode. But if they manage to, like, get really good in the next 2 episodes, then I'll probably watch through the whole thing. It's definitely not as insufferable as the clips I've seen from the first 2 seasons of Star Trek Picard.
Pagan, you watched both Bebop flicks and Rings of Power. Do you hate yourself? No, we all watched it because we were covering it. That's the thing.
We still need to watch the rest of Rings of Power so we could cover other Rings of Power videos.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to do it on our own. I think it's just going to have to be the 3 of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have to watch through the entire show anyways because I'm going to be doing a video on it.
Yeah.
I'm all media that reminds us while our past affects us like the family we did not get to choose, we are not beholden to it. There's nothing any more real about family you're born into than family you found. That it's never too late to try and make a new life.
Oh, fuck off.
None of this has anything to do with the quality of the show.
Yeah, and then it's the typical thing too, the sad music, now the hopeful uplifting music at the end to make you feel like you were inspired. This is the typical, like, fucking manipulation video, and this is how they teach you to do it always.
That is a rude thing to say. This video absolutely inspired me to fucking kill myself.
I was gonna say, inspired me to commit genocide. Holy shit.
Crew help support and protect each other, as well as find a little bit of joy where they can in everyday moments.
Why are we here?
Because it's family time. And during family time, we do fun things together. Like bowl.
Which can make all...
It seems like they're humoring him, and they think it's dumb.
Yep. Yeah. Notice how he's the only one that's dressed up in bowling gear.
The difference in a world so hard to survive in. Let me know in the comments what you thought of the show, and if you'd like me to talk about the anime as well in the future when I get around to watching it. See ya, space partners.
No, Space partners?
What the fuck?
You know why?
Why? Oh, cowboy. You're right. Because this fucking sensitive loser.
Oh my god. Fucking kill yourself!
Oh my god.
I hate these people. I hate them.
Well, it's because they are fucking terrible people.
Ugh. Good god. And I can't wait. I'm sure he probably has some video fucking where he watched the original and then said like, "Yeah, it just doesn't hold a candle to the remake, though.
Oh,
I don't
God.
get why people like this one so much. No, the remake was so much better."
Oh, fuck, right. See you, space cow person. Oh, no.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Creetosis, watch your Fallout vids. Loved them. RPGs will never be the same. Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed them. And yeah, maybe one day we'll get good RPGs again, but we're clearly not in that era.
Yeah.
See you, space they cow thing.
I like
the one. I like
you,
Officer Hot
space
Pants.
Boy, man,
Yeah.
male. You will never be a.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Alright, well, that video was absolute fucking dog shit, and went a totally different direction than what I was expecting. God damn.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to do that either. I genuinely thought it was just gonna be this idiot like
This
just
was
talking up the
spouting
show.
off scenes.
This was the exact thing. So, Pagan perused this to bring this to us and didn't realize we were walking into a minefield. Kind of like when I did the "Don't Idolize Factions" in New Vegas video and didn't realize the fucking landmine field we were gonna walk into. Holy shit.
Oh my god.
So we are almost done here, but there's one little video that we're gonna cover first, and it's a short, so it should go by fairly quickly. I'm sure that it won't actually be one of the worst Fallout videos we've ever watched, because you know,
boy, chat, you better strap in for another hour.
It's less than a minute long. It'll be fine. There's no way that, you know, he's going to say something monumentally fucking dumb in the space of a minute that's going to fucking annoy all of us. So is 2/3 of that just his personal crap? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So are you guys ready for this new, wonderful, amazing videos? I think we can really learn something from this video.
I'm partially hoping when you try and put it into watch together, it just won't work.
Yeah, that'd be amazing.
I can't believe you love this video that much, Pagan.
that I won't be able to see it. Yeah.
We've watched shorts on here before, so it will work.
No.
The setting for the Fallout franchise is quite absurd, and it's always been this way.
Nope.
No.
It objectively hasn't been.
Fallout 1 was not like this at all.
Yeah, Fallout 2 went a little too hard on the comedy and the referential Easter egg stuff. That's a common criticism of it.
Yeah.
But the rest of the game, actually, the main storyline was still fucking grounded.
Yes. Fallout 2 is my favorite Fallout game, and the worst parts about it are all the fucking cultural references and Easter eggs and funny haha moments. Because it sort of devalues the grim, like, feeling of the world.
Yeah. It's like the Yakuza. Weirdly, it's like the Yakuza series, where people that are big fans of the Yakuza series can naturally separate the main storyline, which is grim, gritty, and grounded. Grim, gritty, grounded. Versus the side content stuff, which is usually more silly, slice of life, kind of what would happen if you took this really grim and serious Yakuza and put him in a situation where he has to count eggs or something like that. Or he has to get back a paper lantern to a little girl because they would need to do it for the lantern ceremony sort of thing. And then the hijinks of him running around town and, like, almost getting there, but now there's construction in the way, so he has to go around through this alleyway, and then he makes it up, but now the lantern is flown up towards the roof, so he has to climb up the stairs, sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's that kind of just funny, nonsensical stuff. And what makes it so amusing is because the main character is such a serious Yakuza, and it's such a ridiculous situation.
Also, I'm just looking at chat, and there's just this one random comment from Scrublord that he's quoting the Frost song that Chrissy Mayer made. And I don't know why, but that song is great.
Yep.
Anyways, so that's that's that thing done with that first point he made. Let's see what else he has to say. Surely it won't be as. Surely the rest of the short little video will be perfectly fine.
And so when I see people ask for a darker deadpan and more grounded game like Fallout 1 or 3, I can only roll my eyes.
I wouldn't call Fallout 3 a darker or deadpan world.
It absolutely isn't. It's a fucking cartoon world.
Yes.
Fallout 1 is dark until you try and hit on Laura while infiltrating the dark and brooding Children of the Cathedral cult.
Did you know that in 1977...
a stormtrooper bumped his head?
Jesus Christ. It's literally this fucking argument. I hate it. Why?
Therefore, because of this one instance, the entire thing is not grounded anymore.
Because there was a silly moment in Saints Row 1, that means it's a free pass for Saints Row 3 to be fucking wacky, crazy, fucking Looney Tunes world. Okay.
Yeah, with Professor Genki's fucking nonsense show.
Just
also,
everything.
Who the fuck said that they wanted Fallout 3 because it was more grounded? Like, that shit was not grounded.
Fucking bizarro logic?
In fact, the people who like Fallout 3 are the ones who constantly want all of the weird, wacky shit all the time.
Yeah.
What do you mean, you fucking idiot?
Also, the Stormtrooper argument is about to get a little bit worse, as you can see from what's on screen right now.
It's deadpan until you meet some talking Brahmin.
An Easter egg. A literal fucking Easter egg where you have an encounter where a Brahmin says "moo," I say. Well, I guess that's it's out of our hands now. There's a joke in the game where a Brahmin said "moo," I say. That means it's a free pass for everything to be silly, wackadoodle, crazy.
Oh man, fucking the Doomslayer, he fist bumped a action figure version of himself. Oh, it's no longer about a demon killing game, it's clearly a comedy.
Yeah, you see, the Doom games have always been silly, okay?
Yep.
It's grounded until you convince the Master to reveal his plans by saying, all villains have this strange urge to explain everything.
God.
So you realize that the Master is going to try to convince you to let him into the fucking Fallout, into the vault, right?
Yes,
He needs his plan. He wants the people in the vault because he realizes that fresh stock of humans make better super mutants.
And he's partially egotistical, obviously, but he's also partly trying to convince you of his way. Because that's the whole part where he's explaining, under one race we'll be united, no more fighting, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like it's not the bad guy going, and with this device in my hand, I will rule the world, and then you steal the device and break it. That's not what's happening there. And the thing that bugs me too is these are the exact kind of people who see Darth Vader killing a subordinate, so they throw a bad guy in their thing killing a subordinate for no reason, completely missing that Vader had a fucking reason for doing that.
Yep.
God, I really can't stand this brainless shit.
Fallout 3 is dark until Andy cuts your birthday cake.
But it's not. That happens at the start of the game.
Yeah.
That's literally the second area you go to in the game. What are you talking about? It's dark until... Oh, and by the way, just the very fact of that at all. Oh, hey. A robot cut a cake and destroyed it. Now Fallout is wacky and silly. Fuck off. God, this is such a pathetic cope fucking argument. I hate it so much.
Yeah, this is actually insane. I can't believe this.
So we are 30 seconds into a 40-second video. Is this worse than the 12-minute video we just watched?
I'd say the shit takes are more rapid, but no, the other video was way worse because that was just a clear agenda disguise.
Yeah, the fact that the other one was literally just a guy crying about, like, my non-binary. A non-binary.
My non-binary brain that rejects all reality couldn't handle not being accepted.
Yeah.
The game.
That's all it was.
The game can't be dark if it establishes that the home you're being forced to leave was comfortable and warm when you were a child. Oh god. I watched this video either yesterday or earlier today, and yeah, it's... You could see why I wanted to cover it, even though it's so short. This is just... Oh, people are critical of the thing I like, so I'm gonna throw this little bullshit video out to try and dismiss all those criticisms. Oh, you think it's bad that Fallout is too silly? Well, joke's on you, Fallout has always been silly. Because you see, in 1977...
Luke kissed his sister. Wait, no, I mean, a stormtrooper bumped his head.
It's deadpan until you meet Moira. It's grounded until you find your dad stuck in a simulation as a dog.
How is that not grounded? How is that still, like... Yeah, you're in a simulation world where, like, Buddy can make anything happen. How is that not grounded? That's not what not being grounded means, you fucking idiot.
A darker, deadpan, grounded Fallout game wouldn't be Fallout.
Yes, it would!
Yes, it would!
Ah!
Yes, it would.
I hate it!
Oh my god, I hate this argument that, oh, well, it wouldn't be Fallout if it wasn't wacky and zany. Yes, it fucking would. Yes, it would.
And... This is kind of what I was referring to earlier, too, when I made the Saints Row examples, because, again, this is the exact kind of bullshit right here that leads to entire franchises being flanderized, and I fucking hate it. Because then, if you have any serious franchise that's telling, like, grim or any kind of dark story, and then you include, like, a silly, funny moment in it, even if that moment is very brief, then that's now a free pass for it to turn into fucking Looney Tunes world. This is fucking stupid, and I hate people who make these dumb arguments.
Yeah, by this dude's logic, Fallout New Vegas could not be a Fallout game because the goofy stuff is locked behind an optional trait.
Well, you see, New Vegas without that trait isn't a real Fallout game, but when you do have that trait, then it is a real Fallout game.
Yeah, by his fucking logic, that is literally what he's saying, and I can't stand it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the video. There's literally 1 second left. Nothing you could say in that time. It's just this fucking shitty cope defense trying to justify all this silly bullshit in the Bethesda games because, well, there's a Stormtrooper in 1977. You need to understand, guys. I hate it so much.
Theoretical degree of physics, Pagan. Yeah. Yeah, a character had some fucking funny dialogue, so therefore it's totally fine if we have, like, aliens abducting us and... Oh my god.
You see, there's a funny moment early on in Fellowship of the Ring, so now Lord of the Rings is just haha cartoon world now. Anything goes. It's so dumb. It is such a stupid line of logic. Because this will turn everything into wacky cartoon world. Everything. Anyways. How are you guys feeling?
Exhausted.
Soul is dead.
Yeah. That's pretty much everything I've got for today. I guess Pagan, chill your shit.
I've got a YouTube channel. We plan to upload some reviews, reviews to mine and Cree's channel, so keep an eye out for that when we get around to it.
Well, that's going to be a long way off. It's going to take us a while to script and record and edit the Trigun videos.
Yeah, and I would like to get our models before that.
Yes. I definitely want to stream more games more often, and I'm somewhat close to. I still need to work out some details for the model I want to get for VTubing, but
Yeah.
I've got an artist lined up to draw a reference for it, and we're in a server that is like a marketplace for people who make them. So we're going to be getting on that fairly soon, hopefully.
Yeah. And yeah, it's why I haven't really been playing any games or stuff on the channel, because I just kind of have this thing of like, I'm gonna do these gaming streams where I don't have a model, and then I'm gonna have it, and then those other ones are just gonna feel. I'm gonna like regret it. I feel like I'm gonna regret doing those streams when I could have waited for the model. So that's why I haven't really been uploading or doing streams on my channel. But that will change eventually. I'm not giving up on the channel entirely or anything. It's just I want to get some of this stuff worked out first. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Touch. Chair.
Yeah. I stream over on Twitch on twitch.tv/SuchDressCar. Feel free to come by. We have ourselves a good old time. I've been going through the Half-Life series. We're up to Half-Life 2 Episode 1 now. I'm also playing the game Control, which is one of my favorite games of all time. And what I love about it so much is that it's all about the small details. You need to pay attention to all the small details because it's very important. The things that people say and the way that people act are very important to that game's story. Like, you can play through the game and not realize what the game's actual story was the entire time, and that's what I enjoy about it so much. And there was clearly so much heart and soul put into it. Is really good. And now I have a computer, thanks to the generosity of my Twitch chat. I have a computer now that can actually play Control with ray tracing and everything on, and it looks real nice. Oh god, it looks so good. So yeah, definitely say come on over there. Also, feel free to jump by into my Discord. You can get to my Discord by going to my Twitch channel and clicking on the Discord banner below it. We watch all kinds of movies every Saturday, and we usually talk about stuff in the Discord and stuff. It's active here and there. Like to see more and more people come in, see more activity go up. So hopefully in the future. And yeah, the last movie we watched was Deadpool 2. The movie coming up, I've said we're gonna watch a Monty Python movie. Because, let's just keep good times, let's keep good vibes going for a bit. And I think Saturday Showtime would be a great time to do some good vibes. And obviously we'll watch other movies as well, but I think Monty Python will be next. And I think we'll start off with Life of Brian. I don't want to blow the load yet and do the Holy Grail, but yeah, we'll do Life of Brian first.
Oh.
I am still working on the Halo video, by the way, and I want to get the Halo video all scripted up and ready to go, and hopefully have the model so I can have that in the video itself, because I think that it'd add a bit more to it, to when I'm speaking on screen, to actually be able to see some kind of facial expressions and everything.
Is Knives worse than Vicious? No.
No.
Knives
Personally, I would
still-
say Vicious is worse.
Knives is still fucking terrible in the Trigun remake, but at least they kind of give him a motivation in, like, collecting the plants because they're his brethren. And he wants to, like, he's essentially fighting for plant domination. I still think everything surrounding that is dumb, but at least he has a fucking motivation.
Yeah. At least they didn't make him a cuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Like,
the reason I'm doing this is because she liked you and not me.
Like, the new version of Knives really sucks, but he's not pathetic.
Yeah, that's...
I guess it's my turn if such is done.
Yep.
Yeah, I do stuff. Possibly on the internet. Check it out.
Hopefully we'll get her to do more stuff in the future.
Hopefully. I am working on a video. I'm working on a couple videos, in fact. No idea when they'll be done. Hopefully in the next couple months, though. And I just released the video comparing the opening scenes of Bebop flicks. Compared that to the scene it's based off of in the Cowboy Bebop movie. So check it out if you haven't already. It's doing fairly well. And with that, thank you for coming out, everyone. Hope you have a good night.
Bye.